goes down and the stars take flight. Marc D with the C's got the key to life. Retro toys and comics we adore. TV and movies, let's explore. Sunday Night Geekery, it's the place to be. With Marc D with the C, let your nerd run free. Old school vibes and stories untold. Tune in, tune out, let the magic unfold.
Hey everyone, welcome to Sunday Night Geekery 182. Sorry for the late start. I was hanging out with Tom doing his tier list, and they're going to be heading over here soon once they finish that. But God, we talked about Supergirl for way too long. So great to see everyone. Let's say hi to everyone in the chat, and I'm sure we'll have some more hosts, panelists rolling in. But tail to Great Gap After Dark. Great to see you. Claude Salin is here. Brian Hepburn, thank you, Brian Hepburn, channel member. Glad to have you here again on Sunday Night Geekery. And we've got someone I don't think we've seen here before. Orphan Rabbit 87 says was here. So hey, welcome to Sunday Night Geekery. Hope you stick around and yeah, hit that like and subscribe button, everyone. All right, so well, the big news of the week is of course the Superman movie opening, and we got Vegas Thor here. Hello, lurking so I don't wake up the little angel. Well, hopefully you can pop in for a few minutes later when she's in very deep sleep. But Steve's in the house, of course. Whenever Steve is here, we play this. And we always want to remember our buddy Mike Alonso, Clobbering Time.
I just love clobbering time.
And Dad Man's not here, but let's play this for Dad Man.
Nice. Ah! Over that way.
God damn it, Mark. Jeez.
Hopefully that'll get him over here. Yep. So, but let's see who's rolling in here. Captain James T. Skywalker says, hail. May have a minority opinion, but I feel Saturday Night Star Trek should have continued without Clobby. Well, yeah. I mean, it's never the same without the captain, right? It's like, Star Trek remake, maybe it would have been nice to finish those episodes if Raquel had done it. But, Raquel and Clobby did such a great job on that show. So, I can see why Raquel didn't want to continue with that. And that's her decision. I respect that and understand that. And yeah, it would have been nice to finish those. But, it's just such a tough thing without the captain. So, but whenever we watch Star Trek, we think of Mike. So, but thank you for that nice sentiment. It is a nice thought, and I'm sure Mike would all want us to keep watching Star Trek and us, keep talking about it whenever we get a chance, because that was one of the shows that he really obviously loved so much. So, and of course he did that show where he ranked all the Star Trek episodes, I think tragically the week before he passed. So if you look on his channel, that's still there. So that's a great way to, remember him talking about Star Trek and go watch all those shows with Saturday Night Star Trek. If you haven't seen them, or go revisit them once in a while. If you're watching some of those episodes, it's a great remembrance. So yeah, so unfortunately didn't get through Enterprise, which we had hoped to, but yeah, that's life is precious, and yeah, you never know when things are going to change. So, but yeah, some great memories on Sunday night. Oh, and look at what my clip did do this. It did make Dad Man appear. So there we go. It worked.
Yes, I saw the bat signal. I got about 20 minutes.
Oh, that's awesome. Yep.
Weekend, but I saw the banana signal. So
the banana signal. Yep. It's great to have Dad Man here. Yep.
Yeah,
and Dad Man has an avatar before he had a facelift. So he's got one of the channel. If you're a channel member, you can put Dad Man's pre-facelift.
Exactly, the trilogy of terror.
Yeah, so I haven't gotten to talk to you in a while. Unfortunately, I've been away. We went to Jersey Shore for the week, and my new laptop went and played Fortnite. I
Oh
was
no!
so mad at that. Yeah.
Oh man!
Supposed to be able to play Fortnite. It wasn't working. Drag nabbits.
I've been falling asleep earlier at night lately, so it's just kind of been a trend forward. But when you also, not only the banana signal, but when you talked about Superman, I mean, what I thought I read out there today, I had to ask you, so that's why I wanted to pop on a little bit about
Sure. Yeah.
what they. Well, I'll let you go through the chat first, and then
Yeah. Well, let's say hi to Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Great to see you, Daniel. And let's see. And Lemon Pie is here. Hail to Lemon Pie.
hello, Citros.
Who am I missing? Who am I missing here? And Steve is here. He's telling me I'm right, and I'm assuming he's when I'm talking about Saturday Night or just Star Trek in general. Yep. And Rob says, I don't think I could ever stop talking Star Trek. Saturday Night Star Trek was a treat. Now I love being here. I feel Clobby is lurking and smiling. Well, thank you so much for that kind words, Rob. Very, and Steve said, very well said. And he knew Mike for decades and decades, and one of his best friends in the material world. Which doesn't lessen any of the ties that we had, but Steve was fortunate, and I know he would say he was fortunate to have Mike as a friend for many years. Yep. So I think we are caught up with everyone in the chat, and if I missed anyone, that's because I'm an idiot. But what did you were going to talk about Superman, Dadman, or
well, what I heard or what I saw reported was that Gunn's talking like we've got like the immigrant type Superman, that he's. The immigrant status type Superman looking for a world. Is that what I read true, or is that being talked about?
Well, I haven't, I know friends have seen the movie, but they're not allowed to say anything about it until the embargo lifts. Does the embargo lift tomorrow? I know our good friend Paulie, the Latino Slant, saw it. And, unfortunately, he'd have to put me in the Phantom Zone if I he's like, I can't tell you anything about it. You got to put you in the Phantom Zone. But let's see, did his video? But I think what I've heard is most people have liked it. But you can't. I think one embargo. Someone broke the embargo that they're not supposed to do.
I saw somebody got reported for streaming the Jurassic Park movie live.
From a theater, streaming it live from the theater.
Exactly.
And the crazy thing is, like, you shouldn't do that, right?
Right.
But it's gonna look and sound so horrible anyway, right?
Well,
I screaming from the theater.
The one good thing is it gave me enough to look at to say what I've heard about how it looks bad. Was actually kind of made me lean towards not wanting to see it, so save some money. Yeah, because Mark, what I'm talking about, because I saw this on Twitter, but I'm looking at it at Variety magazine, Variety.com, and it says James Gunn says Superman is about an immigrant that came from other places and how we've lost the value of basic human kindness. Yeah, yes, it's about politics and an interview with him.
Yeah,
and that's what I was. And I'm like, I just was wondering if you had read that, if you had heard that yet.
I think that quote was like a month. Wasn't it like a month old, that quote?
I'm trying. Let me see if I can.
And let me put in Paul. This is Paulie's.
No, this
premiere
is the story is.
No, I'm just want to put this in. This is just Paul Latino Slant. This is his. I was just trying to check while you were talking about that when Paulie's Superman video is coming out. So this is Paulie's. It's embargoed to the 8th, so I guess he's posted it, but it's not. It's premiering on July 8th. I guess that's when the embargo lifts. So here, that's the link to that. So sorry, I was doing two things at once.
No problem.
Yeah.
No.
So I think I remember seeing that a couple of months ago.
Well, no, this particular article was dated today, though.
Oh, dated today. So
yeah,
I've heard something kind of similar to that. I mean, obviously, yes, Superman is an alien, right, from another planet, but you have never talked about Superman being an illegal alien.
Or an immigrant or some from another planet. I mean, he always came to Earth to help everybody, but it was always truth, justice, American way. And now, I mean, it's like, it's so reminding me of Rian Johnson and the subverting expectations from The Last Jedi. let's just totally destroy what we know the basic underpinning of a character is. And it sounds like another article says like they really don't care what you think about it. They admit you're not going to like their Superman. I don't already like their their Gardner Green Lantern, but
Green
you know
Lantern,
that.
yep. Well, Claude painted him and fixed him on his action figure. If you saw Claude's Twitter feed, but I mean, there's two ways to look at it, right? So they never really mentioned, Superman being illegal, here illegally and all this stuff. So, I think it's more of a modern thing. Superman represents the best in us. They've called him the Big Blue, Boy Scout, and he's created by two immigrants to this country, Siegel and Schuster, and who were Jewish immigrants to the United States.
Right.
And I think immigrants really, like my dad, I don't know, in some ways was he came here not speaking English. It was, I'm not going to say it's always the case, but sometimes immigrants are even more patriotic.
Oh yeah, without a doubt,
because they appreciate getting here. So I think that part of aspect of Superman being quote unquote not here legally has kind of been used politically in the wrong way in terms of hey, all right, if someone crashes here in a spaceship, and then back then of course you could quote unquote adopt someone, and maybe there's not the computer work or the paperwork to in the 30s to have
right. But it almost sounds like
kid.
From the articles that I'm reading with him being quoted, it almost sounds like Rian Johnson again, is that they're not so much the illegal stuff, but just that it's the immigrant story that is inserting the politics. Because even though Superman came to Earth, it was all about truth, justice, American way, and good versus evil. And now it's like, well, we got to throw this one more thing in here to have one more political issue.
Because Steve is saying, Corn Sweat said he's not okay, or Sweet, or how do you ever say his name? He's not okay with saying "and the American way." That's cost them thousands of viewers. So, a few years back, DC Comics was trying to change that. Now, it wasn't always truth, justice, and American way, but it became that, and that's Superman's tagline. Faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than locomotive. So it changed to the American way. But the American way is what everyone aspires to. That's why so many people want to come here, right? I mean, if we're such a horrible place, why the hell is everyone trying to get here? So I can see where for a foreign market, they might want to tone that down a little bit, but I hope it's in the movie or they don't make fun of it or talk about it or degrade American anyway, because Superman is the first, superhero, I believe, and the quintessential American hero, and he represents the best of what's this country. Yeah, of course, it's a cliche, every country has flaws, but if it wasn't for America, the Yahtzees would have taken over, and we'd all be speaking a different language. It'd be a much different place. So a world without America is a really horrible place. So we've got freedom here. We've got freedom of expression. Yes, there are limitations.
It just seems like in this climate, the last thing you would want to do would go anywhere near any type of political issues. Keep it as a comic issue. Keep it as something fun and light and that people can enjoy. Don't bring any modern politics in it. It almost sounds like he did it looking at interviews. Looking at interviews, it looks like he did that for a purpose, that he brought it in connecting with the immigration and that it is about how an immigrant came from another place. And it's like, why even go in that avenue for something people are looking forward to? A movie like this, when you have all the division on that already, why not just the guy? Superman is an alien that came to Earth, crash landed, grew up as a human, and became a good guy. But we see him arrested. We see that he's got, there's a lot of stuff that we've seen in it already. It's like, we can't just have, I guess maybe I'm Pollyanna.
Well, there's a good, I'm saying a right and wrong way to do it. I'm pulling up the article now.
Yeah.
I think if I can find it, let's see, where is it? Let me grab this article. But the immigrant experience is a phenomenal, experience and story to tell. So, my family's all immigrants. I'm sure a lot of you out there doesn't make us better or worse, but it is a great, hail to Captain Infinity. Great to see you, the Time Travel Police. And Back to the Future just celebrated it. Was it 40th anniversary? So
40th.
one of the great time travel movies. But we're not getting into time travel exactly right now. But well, Superman does deal with some time. You could argue Superman 2, the ending with the going back and spinning the Earth backwards. But we're not going to get into that just yet. But Steve says, yeah, why can't these people just leave their politics out of entertainment? So let me share my screen here. But yeah, so there's I don't want to say right way. There's a way to do it that I think could touch the right notes. In terms of, yeah, you want to celebrate immigrants who come here, and Superman takes up the American value systems passed on by his parents, and Superman Red Sun. If you read that, it's an alternative universe story, great story, but it's Superman lands in the Soviet Union, and as a kid, and what he turns out, as I won't spoil it, but great, alternative take, and something, yes, that is an animated film on that too. So you look at that. What if Superman had become was a communist and a force for the Soviet Union? So very interesting take on that. So yeah, here's that movie. If you want to, or that article here, I'll just put that in here. So let's check out what they say here. So yeah, if you're using it to say that we don't want immigrants, oh look, Superman's an immigrant, why don't you let him in? I mean, you can't let everyone into the country. You got to have some rules and vet people when they come here, right? So and Steve is saying, yeah, my good friend came from Romania with nothing. Now he's rich and loves his country. So yeah, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think that most people would say that, hey, if you follow the rules, and yeah, we want to be an opening country, and if you're trying to escape tyranny, we're going to try to let you in, but you can't just let everyone in unvetted, and you want to let the best people in too. I mean, years ago it used to be a lot tougher to get in, and you had to have I know you're still supposed to have a sponsor, but what happened in the last administration was pretty damn lax. You look at the immigration numbers. So at least if you're going to let people in, let's vet them and let some people are going to really add to society, or taking the best, people that we can. Obviously, yeah, some people are fleeing horrible situations, but you can't let the whole world in. And that's what, Astro City talks about, the Superman character there in that book, and Mike loved Astro City, Clobbering Times. The Superman in that series, he could never stop because he was always saving. Could hear things, and think of it, if you had the powers of Superman, damn it, otherwise, like me and you would be going to Waffle House, and eating with super speed, chicken and waffles or whatever quickly. But like, you'd hear something, right? There's always something bad happening in the world. So yeah, so it's if you really had a Superman. So let's see the story, so let's see here what he says. He explained the Superman epic encompasses the story of America at a basic level. It's about a man searching for a better way of life from his original home. I mean, Superman is the story of America, an immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. For me, it's mostly a story that says basic human kindness is a value and something we have lost. Well, I would disagree that human kindness is something we've lost. I disagree with that. That's something. And hail to Phantom. Yep, great to see you, Phantom Outsider. Yeah, Red Simply Steve. Hail, yep, Red Sun. Yep, and Affinity says, yeah, don't even start Back to the Future. 3 timelines. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, did I write Red Sun? Red. What did I tell? Yeah, it's Red SON. I read SUN. Whatever. I can't spell, but you know what I meant. Yep, yep. So yeah, I mean, we're pretty giving nation. I mean, in terms of welcoming people here. I mean, I just know in New York City. I mean, look at all the immigrants they welcomed and put them in hotels and gave them phones and EBT cards and paid for a lot of meals and shelter. I mean, try going to. Let's say I'm going to go to Germany and ask for housing, and I guess maybe they would give you. I don't know, but a lot of places maybe you'd get the boot.
Yeah, it seems like he really focuses on the kindness aspect of it in the article, though. But it's like he almost implies that if you, and this is where I think he makes the mistake of going in both feet on the politics and saying this, because he's casting his own value judgment on people that may want legalized controls and stuff. And then he's asserting that if you want law and order, then you're a jerk and you have no compassion. At least with the way I'm reading the way he's talking in the article, which goes back to the whole point. Why are these directors and these studios investing all this money in these properties just to go out and automatically, right at the beginning, make half the audience mad? You know, leave the politics at the door. Leave the politics and anything at the door. Come up with a movie that will be escapism, entertaining. I mean, even if you violate the canon, okay? Like, I guess Fantastic Fart might be, so what? But just leave the real world politics and stuff out of it. It's kind of,
Let me just say hi to DJ Knight here.
Hey, DJ.
Yep.
But you know what I mean? There's a difference, because he's really going out of his way to be very specific and being very heavy handed on the particular way he's saying, yes, it's about politics. And, it's almost like, okay, fine, we won't buy your product then. A lot of people will do that. I've at least seen one or two people that have said after reading the articles that they're not going. They don't want to watch it now. They were torn. They were split indecisive before because of what I guess Man of Steel and a lot of the other Superman movies that have come out, and what we're seeing with Fantastic Four being provided so far. Everybody's gun shy on all these studios and these movies. Heck, look at Jurassic Park.
Did you see that?
No, I'm a big believer in everybody make your own decision, but I have heard such bad stuff out of it. Even popcorn and a cuddle ain't enough for me with that one, I don't think.
Well, I think you can just wait to the you could just wait to the streaming too. So
probably,
unfortunately, yeah,
exactly.
So, let's see. Gunn, he says, as the movie's themes may be interpreted differently across political groups, especially considering the current nationwide unrest around immigration. However, Gunn stands by the ideals embedded in Superman and added he doesn't care if anyone takes offense. Now, I mean, there's one thing to present an issue, and if you present it in a way that, maybe both sides get angry, then maybe you're presenting it correctly in terms of not, banging people over the head with, how they should think. This is here. Yes, it plays differently, but it's about human kindness, and obviously there'll be jerks out there who are not just as kind and will take it as offensive just because it's about kindness, but screw them. So, I don't know what he's referencing in the movie. Of course, when you're confronted with someone who, as a Catholic or someone who's religious, yes, you always want to help people and be kind to them. And, what I always tell my scouts, like, if you see someone that needs help, like pretend it's your grandma. If that person was your grandmother, what would you do, right? Or your mom, right?
From what I've read of the article, I mean, if he's not the way he's talking, I can only infer that if you're for the law and order and they're like the law is the law, and if they violate it, then you enforce the law no matter what, then you're automatically a jerk. That's the way I'm taking it. That he's
you could be right, yeah, you could,
because that's the only way I could see it being jerks and all. If somebody says, "Well, we're going to do the law no matter what, send them whatever, get them out." I think I've seen some of the. We got Superman arrested in this also. So, it's based. Maybe I could be wrong, but it's based on the track record of these guys. I hear what you're saying, and I do my best to try to ignore this stuff, and if it's a minor. Part in the movie. It depends on how overt it is. I mean, it's like, Superman's obviously an immigrant, but who wants him kicked out of the country, right? I mean, he's contributing to society quite a bit, right? He is a productive member of society. So he says, yes, it's about politics, but on another level, it's about morality. Do you never kill no matter what? Which is what Superman believes, or do you have some balance, as Lois believes? It's really about the relationship and the way different opinions and basic moral beliefs tear two people apart. So that the problem too is that Superman gets involved in real world issues. Look at Superman 4, the quest for peace. Oh yeah,
yeah. We do want our fantasy and escapism, but you can have a morality tale woven into it. But you know, you don't want Superman trying to cure world hunger like they had him, you know, recently, because then once Superman gets involved in that real world stuff, it becomes a never ending morass, because it never ends, and Superman would never have any time off. I mean, he should be patrolling the planet at light speed, stopping every crime, building farmland, fixing the environment, because he's so powerful. Like he would never stop. So I think that's where we want our escapism fantasy, and they have like a little tinge in there in terms of real morality play in there about yes, oh wow, Superman's an immigrant. I'm real clever here, and you guys hate immigrants, quote unquote.
Right.
I mean, I bet you most people, if you don't have to go too far back in America, unless you're descended from the Mayflower, I think like Steve Mitchum is, but he had witches in his family. So I don't know. He's kind of a suspect guy. And I think he's also descended from a king too. So a royalty. So maybe we kick him out. But most of us are recent immigrants or immigrants here. So I think they're trying to be too smart and cute sometimes in terms of and
they really are quick to cast their own value judgments on a side that they don't agree with, and especially when you tell people what was that quote, screw them. Yeah, that's pretty much, there's no room and they call them jerks and say screw them. I mean, that's what other movie studios have done before, is like, you bash your fan base right there. And they, they're as much as Law and Order, because what is Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, they're Law and Order. That's about getting the bad guys, and people can actually view it as a Law and Order issue, but and still not be a jerk. But this guy comes off, he's cast it that as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't watch it because of him now.
Well, I mean, if you had a Superman who doesn't want to say truth, justice, the American way, that gets me pretty angry, right? No, because I think the American way is damn great.
I think it is too. But see, I could even live with that. I could even live with that watered down a bit. But the thing is, when your director comes out and says this about something in a modern issue, where you may have that opinion, but you're like, no, I'm not callous or a jerk. We good faith won't the laws obeyed like everything else. Like, I mean, the superheroes enforce right and wrong, but he's saying that you're a jerk if you feel a different way than he does, and screw you. It's like, well, then I hate that
attitude.
That whole attitude,
guns flippism. Some could argue he's kind of earned that, or that's just the way he is. And but I could say that to people. But maybe people wouldn't watch my show, so you got to watch what if I flip someone off or or callous in a way, you have good-natured fun with friends. You tell them to F off,
right?
And,
but
you're a jerk, but that's because you're someone
someone
you really like, or,
right? You have a relationship,
You don't want, like you said, you don't want to piss off half your audience. But the other thing too, it's in a lot of what we don't typically deal with politics here, but I am my day job, you could quote, or I grew up a political junkie. I mean, I remember when they had Jimmy Carter ran against Ronald Reagan in '76. I was picked to play Ronald Reagan in a debate in the 5th grade, because I was such a political, and everyone knew how political I was. I just always loved reading politics, and this might sound really strange, but back before before you had all these opinion shows, the only time you got opinion on TV, of course, so the evening news, yes, it was very slanted to the left, but you got true opinion on the weekend. So I would that was my football. I'd watch all the Sunday morning news shows.
Oh boy, yep.
I was really weird. I read comic books. I like Star Wars, and I love reading about politics, and it's always been. But I don't usually dwell on it here. But long time Rush Limbaugh listener, talk radio junkie, and always something. Always debate, love debating people. But a long way about saying is it's really easy to be a liberal, because you can just say yes to everything. When you think about it,
our judge,
let everyone into the country, give them all health care, give them all food, give them all shelter.
Or
And I mean, who doesn't want to do that, right? But you've got finite resources, unfortunately, and sometimes you create more problems than it's worth. I mean, if you study rent control, a lot of economists have argued that rent control actually creates housing shortages and long term increases the price of housing. So
yeah, I know it's all over the place, but you know,
which not so not so obvious, but that's where it really gets me when he, like, you're pointing this out, Deb, and he's saying that screw you, or who wants to have someone homeless on the street? Not and no human being does want to see that, but what's the best way to help people and not just and not create more problems down the road? Or
I watched the trailer once. They had us me and my oldest do a little testing in a mall, and they're like, for Barbed Wire, that Pam Anderson movie, and they're like, what do you think? They give us that like 90-second trailer. I actually put in there, you should have taken all this money you made this movie and give it to the homeless. I mean, because it would have been more productive, but of course they're not. But that quote, though, that Gap said a little bit earlier, because a lot of the yelling, the Superman yelling, is that a common thing, though? Because it was. Because I've seen other people talking about that.
Well, Superman does blow his stack in the comics sometimes.
Okay.
So that's not totally out of the ordinary, but he kind of loses with Lois, but I almost kind of, I didn't like it, but I could kind of see I see him as a younger Superman who's maybe not a little bit more brash. I haven't seen the movie, so I'm just guessing here, and I could see where you kind of lose it with your spouse or someone, a girlfriend, someone incredibly well, more quickly than you would, out in public. Not to say that Superman's acting like a phony, but you kind of do get short with the ones you love sometimes, and when you shouldn't, just because you know them so well, and you might lose your temper. And if it's someone you don't know as well, you kind of temper your temper, and so I can kind of see that where Lois is just driving him crazy, maybe by asking all those questions, and he does kind of lose his cool. But I don't know what leads up to that, and I lose my cool. I'm not trying to compare myself to Superman, but I'm pretty good natured, and but once in a while you lose your cool. It takes a lot for me to lose my cool, I guess. But
well, see, I wasn't sure if Superman really lost his cool very often, because even like the original Superman, even the guys in the diner, he never got angry. He never got even when he was human, got beat up a bit, and then at the end, even when he came back in to get his little revenge, he was always calm, mild mannered, and did not
mild
yell,
mannered Clark
scream.
Kent.
Yeah, and it was like, so I kind of see, not knowing the comic legacy of it. I mean, it kind of seems like it's another way to bring down what we know of as Superman by making him yelling or losing control or angry like that. I mean, Batman, you could probably understand it, but Superman seemed to be different.
Well, and the other clip that, and thank you for asking that, Gap. The other clip was Superman yelling, but that's actually a scene from the comics. If you've seen that panel, people were posting it, very similar panel. But spoiler alert, it's in the clip. But Lex is, quote unquote, kidnapped Crypto. So, I think some people out there like their pets more than maybe some of their relatives or friends. Just kidding. But people are really attached to their pets and their animals.
I've seen some very nice pets that I do like better than people.
Yeah. So, I think he's losing it because of, he knows Lex has Crypto and he's experimenting on him. And Lex kind of mumbles in there that, the ugly about, what'd you say about the ugly dog? I think that's another part but Superman doesn't touch Lex, and he just flips his desk around. It's like, the creature from the Black Lagoon, like F this, F that, if you've seen that clip. But I think he's kind of warning Lex that he's kind of crossed the line by kidnapping Crypto, who's
which we love Crypto, because Fortnite brought out Crypto treats, remember?
Yeah, those are
Sorry.
awesome. Yep.
Yeah,
And
very
Joe
powerful.
Dog is here. He says, I've been reading Batman 329, 333, and New Teen Titans number 6, 1984 today. Now, who's it? Batman 329. Let me see what's in Batman 329. Let's see. I'm trying to that's a good let's see. Batman 329. That was out 1980. Classic Jim Aparo. Let me pull this over here. Twice Dies the Batman. I just love that artwork is phenomenal there. So that's Jim Aparo is the cover. Writers Marv Wolfman, and Novak is the penciler on the interior. But a full-length Batman novel plus Batman and Robin together in a second story for 50 cents. Ooh, that's worth it. Yep, I'd pay 50 cents for that. Let's see, Batman 330. That woman's destroying you, Batman, and you won't admit it. Either she goes or I do. The door's that way, chum. Goodbye. Well, hey, I don't know. She looks that good. Is that supposed to be Cat? Who is that? That doesn't. I guess that's not Cat. Is that Catwoman or who's?
I don't know. It doesn't look like it.
Let's see. Who's that? Or is that Talia, Rasha Ghul's daughter? Maybe that's Talia. Let's see. Batman. Oh yeah, Talia al Ghul. Yep. Well, she kind of grapes Batman later on and has gives birth to the next Robin. Yeah. So yep. But I can see why Robin is. Yeah.
Get rid of her, Batman.
Yeah. Let's see what the next cover is. Yep. 331. I just love the art on here. God, it's great. Yeah. So cover us Jim Aparo again. Yep. His name is Electrocutioner, and his game is Death. 2 complete stories in 1 issue. Yeah, you don't get that often anymore, right? And then we got 333. Let's see. Plus Catwoman, Queen of the Underworld, in her first solo story. Wow. And Talia, Queen of the Assassins. Yep. Will she shoot, save Batman, or kill him? Yep. Oh, those are great issues to read. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Talia had something for a lot for Batman. So, yeah. That pretty controversial story back then, but even today. So Talia Ghul, yep. So Damian Wayne, yeah. She was the mother of Damian Wayne. So, but some shenanigans going on there.
Of course.
Yeah. So, Death in the Family. Oh, yeah. Missed that that's 429. Yeah, he looks like Talia. Yep. And Steve Matty Steady says, disappointing. What, the Robin didn't want Batman around? Batman to hook up with Talia. Yep. So, yeah, this, this article is interesting, but I just hope that James Gunn, I hope the politics aren't super overt in this one. It just
yeah, because you're going to watch it no matter what.
Well, yeah, you're going to go see it, but yeah, we've lost the basic value. See, I just really disagree with that. We've lost basic value of human kindness. You could always argue, yeah, some people aren't kind anymore, but that's not. There's acts of kindness every day, so it's not something that is totally missing from the world. But I think if you let politics consume you sometimes too, and you just can't let certain things go. And yes, if you want to make a difference or try to do things, but some people today have just gone so overboard in terms of politics being the be all end all of everything, short of enjoying life and relax and have a good time, and don't. Sometimes you just can't worry about what's going on in the rest of the world. Doesn't mean you shouldn't at certain times or try to make a difference, but it just can't be an all-consuming quest. If it does, it's going to affect other things. I think I've seen some actors and some people that I know, just do that and just, you're just one person. So yeah, unless you're a political leader, Yeah, the cliche one man can make a difference, but
It just this whole
Kirk
article,
versus Spock, but
this whole story that illustrates why they're all stupid, whether it's the directors, the studios, all this, because you're supposed to be out there hyping your product up for the positivity, not telling the fans to fly a kite.
Yep.
You know, and even if you do kind of, I mean, if anything, you kind of deceive them a little bit, and no, it's not politics, and then you got their money when they go in. I mean, coming out though, being this brash and all that. I mean, we saw it with the Star Wars. We've seen it some of the other franchises, and it's like, everything's more expensive now. People only spend so much money, just have only so much to spend, and a lot of these, like I said, they're cherished childhood or memories that they've had over the years from reading the comics, investing and stuff in it, and we all knew that he was not an American. You know, he came from another planet.
Yeah.
It's like,
but he became the quintessential American, though, right?
Yes, he did. Yes,
that everyone looked up to and wanted to emulate.
Right. It just
as a kid, you never thought of Superman as being an illegal alien or something.
No, he'd help everybody else. It wasn't just him, and it wasn't just America.
Yeah.
He saved the whole world, and it just, again, it's like we saw it with some of the other franchises and IPs that it's pretty much like, well, this is what we're going to do. If you don't like it, fly a kite, and that's where you have to decide if you want to watch it or if you don't want to watch it. At that point, but it just, the brashness though. It's like when KK said that they had no source materials, and then they started doing other things. You know,
Yeah.
It's like, what are you talking about? Are you really that trying to incite the fans? And then when Rian Johnson did his crap, it's like, even Mark Hamill told him, the Star Wars fans are going to revolt, but they didn't care. So. And they're just
to Fallout Dave.
Hey, Dave.
See you, Fallout Dave. Yep.
And that's what gets me. It's like they're emboldened now because money is so free or flowing based on names and people going that, it's almost like they don't care. And, if you people don't go, they're fine with it.
Yeah, and it depends on how you do it. It's like Gap is saying he's not going to go see Superman, and I don't want politics in my superhero movies, so I don't either. It's like,
but the one warning I would always say, and Mark, you and I have talked about this, that Shang-Chi, you and we took your recommendation because I'd heard a lot of other people, Mrs. want to see it. We got it, we liked it, we didn't, and I think like you, we didn't see what a lot of people were saying. That's why I always suggest, make sure you watch stuff for yourself. However, when the director, producer, the studio comes out with an article like this, I mean, they're openly admitting it.
Yeah, it's kind of
different
in your face. Yeah,
because see, sometimes from the fans and all the rumors on the internet, it doesn't materialize. I mean, like in that movie, I was like, I didn't see this or I didn't see that was said, but I mean, but then you contrast it here where you got the director just saying basically. It's kind of like that one lady said, "Hey, if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book."
Yeah, like
kinda...
Simu Liu. So, and of course, Shang-Chi had some annoying things, but since then he said some really ridiculous things. So,
that guy, I try to split the actor from the movie.
Yeah, so he's been horrible, and a lot of the things he said. But I did enjoy the movie. Now, hey, we got Andy Masterson. I'm just catching up to the chat, and Shang-Chi was not Shang-Chi in the movie. That was the problem. I did enjoy the movie. I thought the stuff with the Mandarin was hysterical. Awkwafina, maybe I got kicked in the head, but I thought she was funny. And it was the first movie I'd gone out to see, but it wasn't, as a comic book fan, it was not Shang-Chi. It was, should have called them something else. Not the Karate Kid either. Well, that's DC. But I love that scene on the bus. I did like the fight. He was not great as a martial artist, in the movie. But yeah, and Shang-Chi, Andy Maz is 100% correct. Yeah, it was based on Bruce Lee, and we didn't get that. But if I kind of disconnected that and said, well, I got my popcorn and my candy, and it was good to get the hell out of the house and actually go see a movie for the the first time, and I did like some of the scenes, and that take on the Mandarin. It's not it's screws with the comics, but they they kind of tried to clean up some of that stuff.
Yeah. Hey, Sashi.
And hail from Sasha. Yep.
Yeah, I know.
So,
it's well, now the last Karate Kids.
I just want to show Andy Masterson's here, so I got to show him show everyone what's printing here. So who can guess? Well, of course the name is on here, but there's my latest 3D creation that I'm working on. You can probably guess what that is. Well, yes and no, you can guess, but the name is on there. But I
don't see the name because
it's a Ben Grimm, the Thing mask. So
I was going
to
say a Death Star, but
Death Star. Yeah, it's kind of tough to tell here, but I'm trying to get that done before I should have that done before the movie. That shouldn't be too tough to paint, but I'll show the website where you can purchase this really cool file, and they have the Thing with a cigar, and then they've got different faces, and it's with magnets, so you can kind of change the look.
Yeah. Well, Mark, I'm gonna have to bail out because I've got a long day tomorrow, and it's been tiring. But I wanted to jump on with you for a little bit.
It was great, but you don't want to hang around, and we talk about Ironheart, because I know you texted me how much you loved Ironheart, and
I'll give you another 10 minutes for that. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about Ironheart, there's not much to say about it because I actually watched it.
You did watch it? Oh,
I
good.
Watched
all right.
it.
Well, I'll keep you up for another 10 minutes.
Lorena Creole did it as a channel member thing. So that's the only reason why I watched it, because it was like, otherwise I would have never watched it, because we almost kind of MST3K'd it in a way.
Oh, good.
Out there, which made it the only way to get through it. So yeah, make a deal with that. It just that was the most annoying character in the world. I mean, I don't even know if Ironheart's supposed to be good, bad, or whatever in terms of whatever the lore or whatever is supposed to be. But I mean, it was all about them. It was like heavy with this wild, whiny teenager crap. And I mean, and trying to make her, I'm as good as Tony Stark if I had the money. I'm like, I mean, it was stuff like that where everybody's like cringing, like, girl, no. And honestly, it just had no life to it. I mean, I don't know if Ironheart's supposed to be a good character or not, and whatever, but the way they took it was in line with a bunch of thieves, and then the guy had the robe that made him evil, and it seemed like an anti-Marvel movie, because I expect most of the Marvel characters to be heroes, not this self-absorbed. The Stark self-absorbed, but he did stuff for good. This was just like people got hurt, they stole stuff. I mean, it was a bad character. It was a bad person. And then magically, go ahead.
No, I agree with that. No, as I'm watching this, a lot of people. I almost did like a quick review of it, which I didn't have time for, unfortunately. But the show got me so angry that I almost did one of those quick reviews, and a lot of people have done a great job of talking about it and what upset them. And I actually took show notes on the last two episodes of this show. But the worst part of
when you break out the notes pad, though.
Yeah, because I'm watching and I forget you forget stuff too as you see it. And Ironheart, I wonder what Clobberin Times would have come up with a name.
Oh God,
Ironheart. He was the best at all the names. But
like I said, this show, I mean, it was big about product placement, because every episode they had some big, like, oh man, was it episode 4 or 5? Hey, White Castle got a lot of promo. And I'm like, what? I mean, they're faulting a White Castle, and then there's White Castle out on the street, and it's like.
Well, that was one of the things. I was going to talk about how ridiculous that White Castle scene was.
Yeah.
Total BS. So, and Sasha here and everyone here has got some great comments. Thank you, Fallout Dave and Phantom and everyone else. Yep. She got people deleted, committed crimes, and made a deal with the devil. What's not to like? Yeah.
It just seemed unmarvel to me. I mean, maybe there are some bad guy characters that are like the heroes, the leads in some of them, but it was not what I expected. And then, of course, she could magically build a new suit out of that old car, and I don't
Oh, it
know.
was just
But then again,
dauntless. But hail to Wes Cagle. Oh, Andy had posted a little bit. He's got to learn to use his 3D printer. Well, if you ever need any help with the 3D printer, let me know, Andy. Glad to give you some pointers if you need them. Yep.
hey
Um,
West,
but yeah. So I guess I'm
the
not.
whole,
I don't bother monetizing these streams. So
see,
I can play this.
really
But
the thing with this show, Mark, to me is, yeah, it had a lot of stuff that was bad, that was annoying. But even then, even if I could say it was make everything that made say if it all made sense, it had no energy. It was like, what's the point of the story? What are we watching? And for so much, I mean, I even was commenting that it seemed like the commercials had more excitement and energy than the show itself.
right.
So,
So
yeah,
yeah. So for those of you that have chosen not to watch it, which is probably most people,
don't.
uh,
I don't
but
say that often. I do not say that often. I really don't. And if you want to do it, like I said with everything, but I was left at the end. What's the point of this show? Except I guess they introduced Mephisto, and
in the wrong series, Mephisto should have been in WandaVision. Everyone was waiting for Mephisto, or in with Loki, right?
it's
Or
Sacha Baron
Mephisto.
Cohen.
He was always
It was
always
Sacha Baron
or
Cohen also,
Silver
right?
Surfer. Yeah, no, he was pretty good as
I don't know. I'm just like, listen, I had the
yeah,
problem with Guy Gardner,
yeah.
saddleball
No, he
haircut.
was
I,
he wasn't
I'm
that bad
sorry,
as
I keep
Mephisto.
seeing Borat though.
True, but he had the hair and the.
I know.
He's a good actor, and I think comedians are among the most talented actors. So I think
Yeah.
that's the least of my problems. Of course, they only showed him. Only showed him like on the spoon what he really looked like. So yeah, Riri never fails to take the easy way out. So this show really got me pissed off. I think,
I can see why.
I was watching Andy on Doomcock last Thursday. It was on. They were on talking about this. I put in a super chat, and I was just so angry. I was kind of venting on Doomcock's show in the chat because we're talking about the immigrant story, right? And or starting from nothing and making your way and working hard, and she kind of throws all that out the window. So she's a super genius. So if you look at, they always rate the top characters in the Marvel universe. She's supposed to be, smart, if not smarter than Tony Stark, as smart as Tony Stark. So uber genius. You're talking a level where, yeah, the kid, your valedictorian in high school was pretty smart. But this is like an whole nother level, like uber genius. And we all know people like that. And typically when we don't all know people that we know of those people that are that successful and smart. Does it always work out that way? But you're talking someone on a level of like, all right, now Elon Musk may be not the most popular with certain sectors, but I would think of like an Elon Musk or a Steve Jobs or a Wozniak or someone who's done some amazing things with technology and look at the iPhone and how that's changed the world. What are you're gonna make a phone without a keyboard? No one's gonna buy that. You're crazy. So
I like Dave's comment there about she's amazingly stupid for super genius. It's like,
yeah,
and it's like you just
that's the problem. So she's got, all right. So MIT, one of the toughest institutions to get into the whole world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're in MIT, and I'm assuming she's got a free ride to MIT. In these Ivy Leagues, if you can't pay, you get in. They pay with their endowment. So if you actually get into one of these schools, we went to, I went to like the Harvard, spiel. You go there, with your kids if you want to, there's like no chance of getting in, but you go to Harvard or Yale and you go see these, high-end schools. And they tell you, well, if you can't pay, they're going to cover your tuition. All right, so I'm assuming, her tuition's paid for, though. I guess is that her stepdad or dad's the mechanic? So she's in MIT, and she's complaining about having a small job. You want me to think small, getting a job out there? Well, you think of Zuckerberg, who quit, was he at Harvard? Yeah, quit Harvard, started Facebook. All these successful people that quit college. If you're that smart, this is where the writers are bad. She would already be a super genius with her own company or doing something fantastical, and they're like, you're boxing me in. You're making me do something small, getting the job. I mean, it's just such ludicrous writing in terms of if she's so smart, why is she such a disaster? Why is she getting kicked out of MIT? And she's not getting kicked out of MIT for a morality tale, or maybe I don't want to produce weapons. It's all selfish stuff that gets her kicked out.
That was the other part with this episode, that everybody kept hating her because it was me, no matter what. And it was like extreme young teenage angst, which like me and the missus absolutely hate that and get tired of that. It was such an unlikable character. Yeah, because she was all about her and everything, or she was always smart enough to fix every problem. Just give her a chance. Just give her a chance. She ruined Ezekiel's life. Just give me a chance. I'll get you out of here. She did. Everybody else, it's like, just let me talk. And sometimes you can't do that. You can't fix everything.
Yeah, because she's just such a small person, and just they're writing, as everyone's saying in the chat, that she's like she's a standard super, villain or super villain. She's got such talent and skills if you, follow her intellect. And, I think it's a character that never should have been created in the comics. We know why they added the character to check off some boxes. Unfortunately, it's not a well-created organic character. And her first run only lasted 12 issues. There's a reason for that. The character never took off. And she's, you want to have a character like this that you root for. The hero, down on their luck, yes, but they use their intellect, their guile, their intelligence. But the whole time, you're rooting for her to lose. She's such an unlikable character in her hero arc. She ends up being the villain in the end and making the long, spoiler alert, making a deal with the devil. Yeah. Yeah, to be truly great, she needs all the world's vibranium. Yeah, and of course the writers forgot that Tony Stark created that first Iron Man Mark I suit in a cave with minimal tech and just his intellect, and he kind of MacGyver's that first suit together as a genius. He didn't have $1 million in that cave, but he used whatever was there, and he was able to make it. So just she's got all these opportunities, everything handed. If you're at MIT and you're a top student like this, the world's your oyster. You're going to be a success. So right away she says, yeah, she can't. She needs $1 billion. She needs all the vibranium in the world to be a success like Stark. This is, come up with the next PayPal or the next Facebook or the next, great AI or whatever you're going to come up with. As a great intellect, a great entrepreneur, you're gonna do something. I mean, I talk about my dad a lot here sometimes on the Geekery, and he came here, didn't speak English, and he was able to invent a tool and eventually start his own company. But to do it, we sold our first house. It was, like quote unquote the starter house, little 3-bedroom, tiny house, neighborhood. Everyone was the same house. So, but it was their first house. They sold it and put all the money from the house to start the business and buy tooling. And he didn't have $1 billion either. But and then we moved in with my grandparents for the next 10 years because you couldn't afford a place to live without, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to start the business. And we a couple of those Christmases were pretty sparse. Thankfully my grandparents could support us, but that's why we live with them, and that's maybe why I didn't get some toys, Star Wars toys I want. I'm teasing, but that's what pissed me so much about this, because it's like my dad took that big risk, and it could have failed, but he did eventually become very successful with his invention, and sold a lot of tools, and but it took like 10 years before kind of started to make some money off of the business. He didn't take a salary for many years, so she's kind of wants everything handed to her. A lot of like this, not a lot of like young kids wanted do, or just or people in general don't want to put in the hard work. You know, if you don't put in the hard work, how is it going to happen? So,
or always the easy way. And she always had, I have to know. And it's like, look, sometimes you don't need to know. Like when the magic came in with that friend that was a girl about the magic, and then when that mom saw that, mom's like, no more talking. And she kept silencing her own daughter, like, get out that and get out of here. That is evil beyond evil. Just whatever. No, why? No, why? And I was like, kid, shut up. You've been told, you've been warned. You went to them to ask, and they're just telling you, for your own good, run away from this. But I need to know what. No, you don't.
Yep.
Yep.
And hail to Donnie. Go Rangers forever. He says, hope you're well despite the passing of Mark Snow, was the composer of the X-Files theme music, which that's probably how you remember. Is what he's most famous for. And Julian McMahon from Nip Tuck. And of course, unfortunately, Dr. Doom. I wouldn't blame Julian McMahon. I think that was just bad writing, and I don't want to say bad. A guy just bad casting. Just more bad writing. I think if he had given better material, he could have probably done a better Dr. Doom. And the Mexicans national soccer team victory at the Gold Cup final. Oh, they beat the USA. Bummer. But great to see you tonight, Donnie. And yeah, we'll talk a little bit about Julian McMahon in a bit, and F cancer, because I got to see he had a quick lost his battle with cancer, so which sucks. Yep. And follow Dave. Yes, just show likable. Go on hard. Take that deal for the devil. Yep. Yeah. So Donnie is saying, I refuse to cancel Disney minus. I agree on how much of a blank show the Ironheart series overall, despite a few aspects I love. Now, there were a couple of good scenes I did like. I thought the best scene in this travesty was the flashback done with a hologram with her dad and now was it her dad or stepdad? I was never sure. And I turned off Wakanda Forever when Namor came out of the ocean, and I just said I can't take it, and that's not Namor, and I turned it off. I just can't do it. So I guess I know Riri was in Wakanda Forever.
That's what I understand, and that car was part of it and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I couldn't watch it, so maybe I'll go. And then she mentioned Shuri in this, like, why don't you ask Shuri, or his friend says Shuri for help, and she's like, well, what's she gonna say? I've taken up with criminals, and of course a good friend would help you no matter what. So I guess she's got to find. This is when gets intro to the Hood and the villains, and she's got to find her way out of this this elevator. She strips some wire there. Okay, and I know people were picking on stripping wire with your teeth, but I had a friend who would always strip wire with his teeth. He just had to be a little careful. But yes, kind of crazy. But but then the problem here I have with this scene right here. So she's into the control box, right? She's an uber genius, right? If you're that damn smart, you're gonna know every little. You're just gonna be able to picture that schematic in your head and know what you have to do to open that door. So what they should have done here was have her rewire a few wires here.
Yeah,
and then the door the door would pop open, and then people would say, wow, Riri, how'd you get around that? How'd you figure out those wires? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Oh, and Captain Affinity says, ever wonder why I'm such a tiresome pendant with correct written English? Because it's ain't my first language. Polish immigrant here. Oh, so and I think sometimes immigrants are better at spelling in English than Oh yeah, Fandom. My dad. Now that I know of, I hope he didn't make a deal with the devil. Yep. And Stark didn't either. So it takes a super genius to make a deal with the devil. Yep. So, I'm only up to episode 4. It takes time, even with Disparous roasting. Yeah. So, like this scene, what do you think, Devin? Like, she should have been able to get this elevator open.
If this was in the first one, I think I missed this particular scene because I got in about halfway through the first episode. So.
Yeah, so the Hood is like invited her to come meet, and of course, but then she resorts to using strength to get this open, and she's like I looked up, she's 5'3", she's a little minuscule actress, which she doesn't have to be big to play, Riri Williams. Obviously, you've got the iron suit, but she's using her strength here to to open the elevator. So I heard Riri Williams was a genius. Yeah. So this is the Hood. And this is the guy from very famous for Hamilton. Yep. So you're in or out, and she needs the money, right? She's taking the money there, taking the Benjamins, Benjamin Franklin and the $100 bills there, and it's just she right away. She falls in, but she doesn't need the money per se for anything at this point, other than to build her. Says she needs money to build her suit. But then the kicker is, in the end, she builds a suit without any money.
Because they stripped that car down. They stripped that car. It magically had all the parts they needed.
Yeah, and why did you have to wreck the car? What did they take from the car? That you ruined a perfectly beautiful muscle car. It probably is worth, I'm guessing, between 50 to 100,000. I don't know what the, I'm just guessing. Classic 70s muscle cars, they ain't cheap now.
No,
it's like, why don't you just go to the junkyard and get some panels? It's like, did the car have like a supercomputer in it? It's like, why are you trashing this car? So,
Mark, I do need to go ahead and go.
I know. I kept you.
No. But I appreciate a few minutes talking about this, and feel free to keep going on this. But basically, I mean, it was like the common thing with people I was watching it with was it didn't make sense. What's the point? It would just there was no redeeming value when we got down with the 6 episodes. Is okay. Our cliffhanger is she made a deal with the devil, and then where we go from there. And it's like people weren't even really looking forward to it. What a second season? Good thing they don't have it yet, because
there's never going to be a second season.
It really came off as thievery and whiny complaining kid, and that's it. And there was nothing ever to make it like a big superhero or even a villain focused movie.
What did? Oh, and Alaska Jeff just popped in. Hey, Jeff. Alaska Jeff. But did you think that she had any redemption in her arc?
Oh God, no! She went backwards.
Right?
Yeah. At the end, she making a deal with the devil. I mean, just so she could see her friend, she ignored what the guy that knew the other person too. That's not the person. But I got to do it. So, whatever at all costs, get what you want at all costs, no matter what you have to do. And even her friend that was, I think it was the sister of the person. He's like, look, she's gone. Let her go. And it's like, Riri can't. So
she's a very selfish character. And there was she starts off horribly. I didn't have a chance. I was going to try to clip some of this. I didn't have a chance to do it, but she, starts off getting kicked out of MIT. And even one of the teachers says, you basically are, you don't not so much belong here, but like you've. Let me see if I could pull up the clip here, but or the transcript. But basically, like you're just a total screw up, and it's all your fault. It's not. It's not. People get sick, or if she had cancer, or if something had happened. Yeah. That you could say, she's fighting this, or someone stole her idea, say, or something that gets her kicked out of MIT that's really not her fault, but right. She gets screwed over. But she steals the freaking suit, right? So she's got a grant that I think Phantom or someone mentioned, the Stark grant. She's able to build an Iron Man suit, right? How many companies do you think would be clamoring to hire her in an instant?
Or enough governments that they're looking for more of them.
You're able to build an Iron Man suit, right? You've got you're a super genius. You can do this. It's like, I mean, I think you'd be pretty easy. It wouldn't take much to get a job. Yeah, I'm pulling up the transcript here from my and I know I'm
Yeah.
keeping you over, but
Yeah, I need to go ahead and go because we got a long day tomorrow. But thanks, Mark, for letting me come on. But yeah,
yeah. Well, let me put your link in the chat here. Well,
okay.
first I'm
But
going to put the Mrs. link in.
absolutely, please do that. Yeah, she's trying to get past me. She's up to 633 today, and I'm at like
Nice.
718 or 7. No, I think I'm at 715. No, right? No, I'm at 718. Wow, I'm at a record high. But yeah, I'm trying to get to 750 now. We'll do one goal at a time. But hey, I appreciate everybody.
But here's
Appreciate your
Mrs.
support, Mark.
Mrs. Dadman's link. Let me put that in the chat here,
Yeah.
and then let me put, of course, sub to Mrs. If you had to pick one or two, pick.
Yeah.
Pick just kidding. Pick Mrs.
Yeah, we're
first.
trying to get her more evening opportunities to stream too, but she does mostly her daily stream in the morning and then some afternoon builds and stuff like that. But yeah.
some
Oh,
great
by the
stuff.
way, Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, she's starting to watch the Superman animated series.
Oh, good. That's a good one.
They finished Batman, so they're moving to Superman at Mondays at 8 p.m. So I like watch it. Come join that watch party. But
Very
with this show, Ironheart,
it's sad.
It is sad.
It's sad because she's so
unlikable. I know.
Yeah.
It's like you just I normally I still say tell everybody you watch what you want, make your own judgment, but I don't. It just was way off for me. But they could have used the money on a better project or something else. Well, Mark, I do thank you. I'll have to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Came in. We got about 40 minutes. That's or 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, you lasted a long time. Yep.
Yeah. Well, you guys have a good night, Mark. Hopefully you get some company soon. And hello, good night to the chat. Bye, all.
Take care, Dad, man.
Yeah, thanks.
And
Mark.
on your way out, we're gonna play this. We're gonna play.
Oh yeah.
Where are they? Yep.
Where'd they go?
Right there.
Oh, screw you!
Not an outro till we hear that and hear the missus laugh. All right. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, chat.
Yep. Take care, Santa Mrs. See you soon.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Dad, man, for being here. And let me catch up to the chat a little bit. Yeah. So Sashi, I'm a technician. Never go anywhere with a knife, a pair of pliers, and a lighter as a source of fire. I'm judging her. I don't blame you. I never go anywhere without got a little. I always carry a little mini Leatherman in my pocket that's got a ton of little tools on it. Yeah, don't leave home without it. Yep. Yeah. So here's the clip, the quote here. Yeah, she needs all the world's vibranium. Yeah. So there's the line. Let's see if I can zoom in on this. Yep. This is the text from the subtitles. Yeah. I'm here because I can be the greatest inventor of my generation, which doesn't mean much without the resources, which is total BS. Total BS. Yep. To bring my ideas to life. She's at MIT and she's got some of the world's greatest research labs. She's built an Iron Man suit. After my internship abroad, I realized I'm going to need the equivalent of a whole vibranium mountain to be great. I need cash, money. Do you think Tony Stark would be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire? Moron. Tony Stark is Tony Stark because of his genius and because he can get people to invest in his ideas. And he was able to build an Iron Man suit without without $1 billion. Yep. No shade. That's just the way the world works. If you've got a great idea, you can get people to invest in your idea. That's what's great about the capitalist system. Ever heard of investment VC firms? I mean, just insanity. And the AI for my prototype already costs millions of dollars. Why would an AI cost millions of dollars when it's programming? Yep. Which clearly I don't have. So yeah, my means of fundraising have been a little experimental. So she's a plagiarist. So she's selling completed assignments. Just one of the worst things you can do at a school, selling completed assignments. So she's cheating, but without real money, I got to get creative. My method goes beyond rules and red tape. I want to continue Mr. Stark's legacy and revolutionize safety. My suits would shorten the response time of first responders, firefighters, search and rescue teams, etc., etc. All right, so rescue is actually, that was Pepper Potts' suit of armor originally. It was the rescue armor, and had no weapons in it. So yeah, that's been done before too, right? Maybe you could convince the board to extend my grant just one more year. If I could just get my idea off the ground, help would never be too late, and I could change the world. Yep. So yeah, you've been here over 4 years with as many disciplinary hearings on record. It's still no true matriculation towards a degree. So some job in Palo Alto with a tiny window and a bunch of guys I have to pretend to like. Yeah, how many people would be grateful to be as smart as you and get a job to start with? You learn, right? So I want to build something undeniable. I want some real life scientific epiphanies. You want me to do my homework and I have to explain to my professors. You want me to be small, but I refuse. And one of the good lines is, "Really, that's a hot pile of garbage, trash, and you know it. Who here asked you to be small?" It's not a rhetorical question. I brought you here because the field would have devoured a 15-year-old. So we tailored a course of studies just to your needs. And I work hard to get qualified people like us in the seats here, but you're making it impossible. I allowed some leniency, maybe too much, given your situation, but you've sold completed assignments to students at every school in the area. Cambridge, Providence, New Haven, where they have the best pizza. Frank, you've been a horrible steward of Stark's legacy. MIT has a zero-tolerance policy on plagiarism, so this ends with us. Yeah, so, all right, I accept my responsibility. And then the teacher says, yeah, it's too late. You're expelling me, effective immediately. Yeah, so then she goes and she steals the suit of iron that she's built with MIT's money, and she flies off with it. And the other ridiculous part too is she's got the AI in there. That's the MIT AI. And they shut the suit off. First of all, they would have known that she was flying, right? They would have made the suit land and then shut off the AI. But just another ridiculous part of the show. But at least that teacher at MIT gave her the business. So yeah, she's flying back to Chicago there. But that's the intro to Riri Williams. If you haven't watched Wakanda Forever, that's the intro. And I'm Trevor, MIT's voice. Yeah, you just insanely dislike the character. Oh, Donnie says, yeah, refuse to cancel Disney Minus. I agree on how much of a bleep show. There are some good things on Disney Plus. Some of the documentaries are good. The Beach Boy documentary is great. The Beatles stuff is great. Yep. If I'm Riri, a super genius, I know 100% that the devil has the power to bring back my friend who is presumably a good person. So the devil can bring back good people, really? Well, he gets something. I guess, the devil gets your soul in return, right? Yep. Yeah, I'm catching up to the chat here, but yeah, and the cave with a box of straps. Yep. So, yep. It wasn't Stark's suit that was the wonder he created in the cave. It was him miniaturizing an arc reactor and getting it to work, as the big one only produced minimal power output. Yeah, that was the technological breakthrough. Yep. So I'm catching up to the chat here. Let me see here. As I'm reading that, yep. Let me go back. Yeah, she didn't know the power requirements on the suit. Yep. So let's catch up here. Yep. So yeah, so she's just so she got more unlikable. She got more evil. That's the hero's journey. Yeah. So the clip I love most is after blowing up the sets in the dark. How long will it take the suit to charge? If you go help fix the grid, it would charge fast. Yeah, she was hooking it up. It'll take like overnight to charge. Yep. So just crazy silliness on the writing. And Riri has a Lex Luthor origin, except Lex is smart. He uses genius to make a fortune. He did it without a mountain of vibranium. Yeah. Oh, hey, Tim is here. I heart clobbering times. Let me play that.
I just love clobbering time.
Hail to Tim. Yep. I'm behind in the chat here as I was reading. It's tough to do two things at once. Yep. Yeah. So it's, Gus Gorman found a rich guy and gave him plans and scraps of paper and built a supercomputer. Yep. Yeah. That was one of the scariest scenes in Superman 3, where that supercomputer turns that woman into the robot. Oh, that was scary. Yep. So so this just this introduction to the character was just super horrendous. Just just really, you're already rooting against her. You know, you want to be acknowledged for your greatness. Well, do something great, and it looks like she is doing something pretty great here. I mean, what other people can do this? Yeah, you're not the first genius at MIT. So, and she said, you know, this is one of the first time she's been in trouble. But that's in academia. You know, you can't plagiarize. You know, that's the one. You know, one of the big no-nos. Yeah, it's like betting on baseball. Oh, hey, we got Midnight's Edge After Dark viewers just joined. Yep. So I'm assuming that obviously Superman 78 was rated as the number one movie. I'll have to check out Tom's tier list. Hey, Keely Chow is here. Hey, Roll Tide. Yep. So 4 more days until Disney Channel original movie Zombies 4: The Dawn of the Vampires. And I think that's geared towards the youngins, isn't it, Donnie? I'm sure there's adult fans of that, but that's kind of like a high school musical for zombies, if I'm correct. But greetings to all in attendance, is Oliver Belamonte. Yep. Thank you for joining us here. Yep. And hail to Tom. Yep. And Lou says, I'm part of an actual raid now. Yes, you are. Yep. Roll Tide, says Keely Chow. Yep. It's always great to be raided. So you guys just missed one of my rants on how horrendous Riri Williams is. And, you know, there's one way to look at it just in terms of a series. You know, was it a good series? But even more disappointing was how horrible her character is and how despicable she is in terms of wanting to hand out, not a hand up. And she's been given everything. So I was just playing the trailer here. She's at MIT, top research school in the country, has a Tony Stark grant. She's able to create a suit of iron. She doesn't want to take a job that's going to make her small. God forbid she go out into the workforce, or she can't be as successful at a pile of vibranium or cash. You know, but then again, she ends up creating a suit of iron out of an old muscle car, which makes zero sense. And she trashes her dad's car or stepdad's car. And what tech did she steal? And then these characters are just ridiculous. It's just the Hoods gang here. You've got these two brother and sister, that look like they're 5'2", and they're supposed to be these supervillains. Yep. Beating everyone up. Oh, great. We've got R2 is here. Hell, R2. How's it going? How's the internet working?
Oh, it's cooperating, at least for the moment. How's everything going over here, Mark? It looks like we're watching some Ironheart.
Yeah, this has just been phenomenal to talk about.
Oh boy,
the gift that keeps on, the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh,
have you watched?
I sadly watched all 6 episodes of this, and oh boy, yeah.
So how Riri's character arc, if you study that, she went from bad to worse. I would argue.
So she started out as a student who's such a genius she can invent a vibranium detector without an ounce of vibranium to test it on.
Wow.
She let's see. Then she became a cop killer.
Is this in the series or
this was in the movie?
Because I turned the movie off.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
So so you can fill me in on that.
Yeah. So she invents that's how she comes into the story, is she invents a vibranium detector, but she doesn't have an ounce of vibranium on which to test her detector with. So it's all entirely theoretical. But they have to snatch her up because they don't want everybody to know that she can,
Oh, so that was a big plot. She could detect vibranium.
Yes, and then the U.S. would be able to find the vibranium, and then they wouldn't. Wakanda wouldn't have a monopoly on vibranium, and then everything falls apart. So, that was the whole thing with her. And then they give her they let her build a suit, but then they won't let her keep it. But they do give her a car, a '71 Plymouth Cuda 440.
Yep.
And so now we find her at the start of this series where she's at MIT, but apparently she's cheating. She's helping other students, get through projects and stuff by selling things. So she basically is one of the most privileged people on Earth. She gets to go to MIT, probably a full ride. And yet she's still, it's not enough for her. So she gets kicked out and then joins
for plagiarism,
up
with, which is one of the big no-nos, which they tell you the first day of college. If you plagiarize or cheat on a test, you can. There's what it's like betting on baseball,
and assisting another student to cheat is just as bad. That's how it works in the university. You're if you're helping somebody else to cheat, you're just as guilty as they are in cheating. So, so then she joins up with a gang. Who is robbing and killing people and, committing all sorts of fraud and whatnot. And then she goes from there to making a deal with the devil. So, I would say just from bad to worse. That would be the simplest way to sum it up. Yeah. An incredible example for young Black women. I hope that they're watching and learning from this as cautionary example anyway.
Right.
Wow. Just amazing. I can't believe. And, I spent time on, I was chatting with some people on X over the weekend about this, and the people who just have an amazing amount of cope. They're just shills for the show. Oh, you're such a racist for not liking the show. So I didn't write this.
Yeah.
Disney and Marvel people wrote this. Ryan Coogler produced this, right? He produced.
It's supposed to make her look good. It's supposed to make her look good.
He produced a young Black woman from Chicago who is a criminal and a thief and a liar and a blackmailer and a murderer who makes a deal with the devil. I didn't write that. They did that.
Yeah, it's just inconceivable how stupid they were with this, and there's nothing redeeming about it. And as the story goes on, you dislike her more and more. Now, I did think there were a couple of redeeming scenes I mentioned before you were here. I thought the scene with her dad as a young Riri, when she gets the Iron Head moniker.
Yes,
that
those
flashback
few moments.
Was cute.
Yeah, those few moments are done really well. They are. That flashback is done really well, and you can see, you can feel how much she has lost in having lost that stepfather and sister.
Was a stepfather? Was it stepfather?
That's what that was. It was a little mixed, right? But my takeaway was that was the stepfather, and then his daughter was Natalie. So she was both like her best friend, and then also her stepsister.
Oh, so that was her stepsister. See, they didn't even explain that.
That was how I sussed out this relationship that was there.
That's what I wasn't.
Because her mother also was in love with Gary, who was the stepdad, and then he was Natalie's dad. Yeah, so it was a little messy of a relationship,
right?
But
really confusing. Yeah. It was. But that was one of the few scenes that was well done and had some heart to it.
Yeah, it did.
And the Natalie, the idea, look at this, she's dancing around all the money. Yep. It's just, before you were here, I was talking about how my dad started a business and he had an invention and he sold our first house when I was, 5 years old, and we moved in with the grandparents. He didn't go out robbing people and saying I'm owed this. He had he was a pretty damn, pretty smart guy. He was a mechanical genius, and but you're not guaranteed. You got to take that risk. But as they describe her character, she's smart as Tony Stark, one of the top 10 geniuses on the planet. You're going to be able to become a success no matter what. And you're handed everything. You're at MIT, with these grants. And you're working with the world's best professors and the best tech, and you've got every opportunity.
You gotta. For this show to work, you gotta throw every ounce of logic and every ounce of common sense out the window. First of all, she keeps complaining about money. I would imagine she's at MIT. You remember at the start of, I believe it was Winter Soldier, you get, start of Civil War. It was the start of Civil War, where you get Tony Stark at MIT setting up the September Foundation, where he's going to fund every single project at MIT. Every student gets their projects funded. So she's going to be there. She's going to have her projects funded. But she says, oh, well, I would have to go to this company that's going to put me in a box. They're going to make me small, whatever. No, you are a nationally known 15-year-old genius who's graduated high school and gone on to MIT to a full ride. You're inventing good, crazy stuff all over the place. She would have been known, and so companies would be beating down her door to hire her, to get her talent.
She can build a suit of Iron Man suit.
Where's Hammer Industries?
Before.
Where's Hammer Industries? They, where's some of these other companies that we would know of? That even some of the villainous companies, right? That we know of that would be part of the Marvel universe that would have been banging down her door to get her to come in and build suits for them or whatever it was that she wants to do. But none of this is good enough for her. She wants money and she wants recognition for her genius
before she does anything.
Yeah.
Do you think Tony Stark would be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire? No shade. That's just the way the world works. The way the world works is the cream rises to the top. Now, that's not to say that people don't get screwed over. Like, what they should have done is had someone like steal her idea, like have a Doctor Doom character or she gets framed, for plagiarism or something to get her kicked out of MIT. But then she uses her genius to become a success anyway, despite everyone. Yeah. And the irony is she builds a super suit without any money in the end anyway. So
a highly unbelievable and extremely ugly super suit in the end.
Yeah.
That super suit that she has at the end of the series, I was just laughing every time it was on screen. It looks like a bargain basement, like Party City Spirit Halloween knockoff Power Ranger costume. It's terrible.
And they put too much, less is more, the classic Iron Man suit, where the original Iron Man, looked like actually like almost like spandex, and it wasn't until Ari Grandov, I can't pronounce his name correctly, but the artist came up with the idea to make Iron Man look more like a robot, which actually worked better for the films in terms of placing someone in that suit.
Sure, yeah.
Had, the first Iron Man, his legs always, you can see the muscle definition.
Yeah, it was like some spandex with a little bit of like metal attached to the outsides.
Right.
That was the original costume, sure.
Yeah, so I'm mispronouncing the guy's name, but so it did kind of work. It was the what was that? Phantoms in the House, but what was that series with the Extremis? Yeah, it's the artist on Extremis. So so this is that does work better. But the Iron Man purists, they go back to that's the original Iron Man, where it kind of looked like it was like a chest plate, but his arms and legs were kind of like all you had that musculature there. So
you really just had the chest plate and the mask were the defining features.
Yeah. And then the rest was, kind of like a spandex suit, which doesn't really make sense. So, but hey, so that's a minor, thing there. But she's just she's all in for the money, and then the Hood character is just ridiculous. Here, the Hood, we're spoiling here. I don't think anyone minds. But,
no, I don't think. Again, as has been said, you can't spoil Rotten. So yeah.
And this is her magical friend from the Scooby Gang. This is Daphne. With the big glasses, the stereotype geeky nerd. She's cute and she's fine, but her mom is a witch, I guess.
She's certainly decided. She's decidedly more likable than Riri's actress Dominique Thorne.
Right?
She's actually kind of likable. She's kind of cute in what she does with her role as this. Of course, her mother is into crystals and New Age stuff and just happens to know some witches.
So she's got magic powers. This girl has magic powers, and I'm calling her Daphne, but she reminds me of being in the Scooby Gang.
No question.
Typical with the big glasses there. Well, that's nerd jip. And then this is when they're in White Castles. Let me tell you, they're in White Castle late at night, and the Blood Brothers walk in, but I guess it's it's not, it's the Blood brother and sister now.
Yeah,
and there's supervillains who are the closer together, the stronger they are. I think Phantom mentioned. I'm trying to remember that as well. But let's show you what the Blood Brothers look like in the comics. Big dudes, big huge dudes. Let me see. And Marvel, if I do a search that way here, and foes of Iron Man, but they kind of look like the Thing a little bit, the Blood Brothers. Here's the Blood Brothers. So depending on the iteration of what they look like, but that's the kick-ass Blood Brothers. So they're Broods, right? They are the Brood Squad, right? So Marvel feature number 12, 1973. Iron Man teamed up with the Thing to fight them, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And they're Rocklight, the species. Yep. Lethal Legion. Let's see what their powers are. Yep. Let's see. Do they mention them in Riri? They don't even mention them here, do they? Oh, they do. Okay. Very loosely inspired by the Blood Brothers, the Blood siblings appear in Ironheart, consisting of Jerry and Roz. These version of athletes who were banned from competitive sports became street fighters who are being hired to work as enforcers for the Hood. They'll oust them following Rampage's death. Yep. So, they really don't look like athletes in this.
No, not at all. But they, supposedly they are these lethal street fighters, and yet the 90-pound Riri just mops the floor with them, at least for a while anyway, until she manages to trick them. But yeah, the fight, the inside of the White Castle is ridiculous. Oh, I'm gonna grab a bucket of French fries right out of the fryer. I'm not gonna throw it at my assailant. I'm just gonna drop it on the floor so they slip.
But she did get hit with it. She did get hit with it a little bit, though. Yeah. So
and then bashing each other with the doors of the refrigerators and stuff like that.
And she
goes
on
on and on.
One of them gets hit with a a canister or some. They hit with like metal canisters.
Beaten with a fire extinguisher twice. And they just shake it off.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Courtney's here. She says, hi, much love from everyone. Sorry I couldn't make it tonight. We'll see you all next week. Well, thank you for dropping in, and I'm sure you hit that like button, Courtney. Great to see you. Yep. But yeah, so that's just all right. So you go to White Castle. We got one in the Bronx that we would go to, New York late at night. And let me tell you, you go to White Castle. I don't know how late this is. These two pipsqueaks ain't going to be able to clear out the White Castle.
No,
people are not going to take on. So like they slam the dude's. I don't have I can't play the clip obviously, but they one of the Blood siblings slams this dude's face into the table. But like all the managers leave. They don't call 911, and people just leave.
Everyone just scoots off. Yeah,
if you're talking this is Chicago, right? This is a pretty rough area. You're not going to be able to clear out the White Castle. I know if you tried to clear out that White Castle in the Bronx, unless you had some overt weapons showing, people, and these guys are pipsqueaks. They're little teeny people. They don't. At least I could have picked some actors that looked like they were physically intimidating. I mean, I'm just laughing. You're laughing at them. It's just nothing screams, hey, I better watch out for these two. They're gonna be able to kick my ass. They're not even in good shape. Like one of them's got like a beer belly. Not that I can talk. I'm a tubbo, but I mean, at least I could fall on you and take you out. I mean, So the Hood's origin too. The Hood, he turns out he's a son of an uber wealthy person.
Yeah,
right?
That's one of my favorite twists in this because it makes the whole show ridiculous. So the whole thing is we're supposed to believe they tell us this. They use these words. he tells Riri and he tells the rest of his crew that they are urban Robin Hoods, that they are taking from the rich so they can give back to the people, they can give back to their communities. Well, first of all, we never see them giving back anything. They're just dancing around in piles of cash. Yep. But then we find out that, in fact, no, everything he's been doing has all been about his daddy issues.
Right?
It's all
about
been
that.
About him getting back at his dad and messing up his investments and his company.
And he's been screwing with his dad the whole time.
Yeah.
Right? He's been screwing screwing up his dad. You know, they've been taking over part of his company, and like none of this makes any freaking
well when he does go to
sense.
When he does go to meet with his, what you find out is his father, he actually says, you know, I've taken controlling interest in all the companies in your portfolio. Okay, first of all, billionaire, he's going to have interest in thousands of companies.
Yeah.
Not just the 7 or 8 that, that they've managed
doesn't
to
he
take
say
over.
His dad's a billionaire?
And then he says he says he's taking controlling interest in all these companies. There was never anything in any of these contracts, which, by the way, all the contracts he has them sign would have been null and void because they were done under duress.
Yeah.
So
legalese 101, right? Yeah.
Literally none of them would have stood up in court. Especially since probably most of these companies would have had a board of directors who would have simply overturned any sort of contract.
Yeah,
signed
what the
by
hell is
CEO.
going on here, right?
But whatever, it's a silly, Disney show. They didn't
Yeah.
exactly want to write it realistically.
They don't know anything about the business world.
Of course, if they did, they wouldn't have made this show. But yeah, so despite all this ridiculousness, yes. Oh, I've taken controlling interest in all your companies. You sign it over to me, or I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse. Right? I'm gonna put your brains on the contract. Kind of a situation. And it's so dumb.
And how would that work? Like none of that would work in the business world.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. None of it.
He just can't do it. He's like taking controlling interest. You know what he could have said? Like he keeps blackmailing his dad, like for money. But if your dad's a billionaire, I guess yes, you could be cut out, of the family fortune. But he probably had every opportunity, and he was probably just as selfish as Riri. Unless your dad, the dad had cast him out. Why would you? Why would he need the money, right? If dad is, and typically dads are going to set you up, or moms, with a great job and let you work, and
Well, that's he seems to be a sort of a Gen Z though, so dad probably did set him up with a job, but it really didn't work for him. He really wasn't he really wasn't the working type, and so he probably quit the job his dad set him up with.
This scene was so ridiculous too. So this box truck here. So Riri Williams, I can't play the whole scene. No, this is with the hackers in the car here. We won't even describe the hacker. So the hacker's in the car. Now Riri Williams is caught right now. I'm trying to remember this. This is the 5th episode. So he's coming after her.
And she's just running down the street in a straight line.
In a straight line, instead of the most brilliant woman on the planet, possibly, instead of jumping on the sidewalk. So you got this big ass box truck. I'll call it up on the videos and I'll find it in the video. I'll just play that clip. And she doesn't jump up. She keeps running straight. And of course, then the suit of armor with the AI, the Natalie AI, is able to, take over and, save her. But it's like, all she had to do was jump on the sidewalk and go between an alley here.
Go between, like just go between two cars. Just go between two cars.
Yeah, there's this. She's running here. So that's all right. So this does look cool, right? I'm gonna, special effects wise. So as she's running here, where is it? The clip here? Let me go back. She's running in the straight line there. She don't like jump off the road. All you gotta do is jump off the road. The box truck can't get through. Look how close the cars are together. You just go through, and then the guy would have to jump out of the box truck. And of course, then they have this ridiculous scene where now she's got to put the suit of armor on and do this the superhero landing, and of course,
then the punching the car. Yeah, punching the car.
Typical punch the car, which could kill people or would probably kill the guy in the car. What's the point of why don't she use her technical genius to disable the electronics in the car so the car just stops and then just pull it to a stop? Of course, she's got to get this cool scene, and then she gives the guy a finger in the car.
Yeah,
she gives him the finger, and we're supposed to like that. Oh, that was funny. She gives the guy the finger, right?
Yep.
So just more terrible than this, yeah. And then this turns out to be Ezekiel Stain's son, who's got the supervillain hideout lair under their house, I guess, that no one has found. Tony Stark never found. And he's got all these illegal bionic enhancements. I don't know why bionics are illegal or what would... why all this tech would be illegal. I don't really know. It's not like it's stolen alien technology or anything like that. Right. It appears to be just like nanotech and stuff like that. But he does have some stuff that would be illegal, like rocket launchers, which I don't know why he needs those. But what to say? They do say that he's got illegal bionic tech. I'm like, all right, a rocket launcher. I'm assuming you can't own that, I guess.
Yeah.
So he's got this stash. I guess is his dad's stuff. I guess was his Stain's house. You don't think Tony Stark would have gone after Iron Man 1? Maybe they covered up how it sounds like they covered up how evil he was and trying to kill Tony. But you don't think that they would find his bunker? Or I guess was this under his house or was this under? Where was this bunker? Oh, we got.
So this was
awesome.
They had to drive a ways to get here.
Okay, they did have to drive there
because remember they have this scene where they're listening to music together. And singing in the car.
At least we have Alanis
Morissette
together. Yep. Tom, where do you keep your super villain bunker? Do you keep it under your house or do you have to drive to it?
No, my wife makes me keep it in the basement.
You got to keep it in the basement. You're not allowed.
I don't have a wife, but yeah. Because I'm a super villain.
Laugh.
You guys are still talking about this damn Iron Fart show.
Well, I had to get my emotions out on it. I didn't have a chance yet. I was away on vacation in New Jersey for a week, so I was just so pissed off by it. I mean, this show got me angry. I was in Ventnor, the Jersey Shore.
Hackensack almost got blowed up once in 1978. But Superman saved it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yep. Superman did save it. Yep. So I'm assuming the tier list. I'm assuming Superman 78 when he saved Hackensack was the number one movie, or did anything else rate an A?
But my mother lives in Hackensack. Not anymore. Yeah, of course. Donner Cut in the first movie were in the top tier, and then 3 and. The original version of 2 were in tier 2. Oh, I still have it up here, actually. And then C was Superman Returns, D was Superman 4, and F was Supergirl. Yeah, we bumped Supergirl down.
Okay.
Because we got to talk about Superman Quest for Peace, and we're like, Supergirl was made for just purely we got to make another one of these movies because we want to make some money and we got the rights. Christopher Reeve actually wanted to make a really good movie with Superman 4. He just got fucked over by canon.
Yeah, there was effort that went into Superman 4. It just didn't show on the screen.
Yeah.
Thanks to the
for Chris alone and all that business, we're like, you know what? We're going to give it to D.
Give it to the D, yeah. Yeah, it's just not a good movie, but the effort was there. And that's why when, we were talking earlier about, James Gunn talking about Superman and immigration and that Variety article Dadman called that up, but which is pretty.
I mean, really, if you read the actual interview, nothing of what he said is really that bad.
True.
If you actually read the actual interview, it's the stuff that everybody's running with in the headlines and stuff about it. Because as far as I could tell, he didn't even say the "fuck Trump" thing or equate this to Trump in any way. There's people that are drawing that parallel from the shit that he got canceled for, or that, drudge up all that stuff that he got canceled for, or whatever, in quotations, back in 2018 is the best I can see. But anyhow.
Yeah, well, we'll see what. That's what I said. We got to see what the message is. But yeah, on Keeley, you're gonna get all the New Jerseyans pissed off at you now. The New Jersey where New Yorkers and Philadelphians go to dump their garbage. Oh, you're killing my New Jersey audience here. Ouch, yep.
Oh,
oh, yeah. The problem with Jersey too is when you drive through 95, it's not as bad now, but it used to have all the chemical plants and there's a smell. But there's some.
I was just gonna say, what's that smell? We're in Jersey.
Yeah, because it's like where you drive through 95. Yep. So
I've never been there, but I know that about Jersey.
Yeah, it's not as bad now. Yeah.
That's good.
But Jersey Shore is gorgeous. Jersey Shore is very nice. Yeah, I'll so show some pictures later. And hail to TZ Burton.
Yeah,
but just Riri just got me so pissed off as a character. I mean, I wanted her to get annihilated. It's just like
Christ, Han Solo's in this too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does he fuck robots? Is that why he's in it? Because he likes her in the iron suit. He's like, put it on for me, baby. Please.
Yeah. He's not bad in it, but it's just his character is just
it's awful.
Just an awful character. I mean, he's okay actor, but he's given nothing to work with.
I just have to know, like, who did Alden Ehrenreich piss off? Like, it gets Solo, he gets this.
Yeah.
Wow.
I still say Solo could have been salvaged had they got that other guy. And they just cut out some of the nonsense. Because, I mean, I agree with some people when they say it's not as bad as some of the other shit. Yeah, maybe not, but there's still some really bad things in there, and they cast the wrong guy in the role.
Yeah, it just didn't need to be made.
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
I never wanted to see where Han Solo got the dice that were on the.
Nobody cares.
Yeah,
nobody cares. And not only that, naming him because he's by himself.
He's
Solo.
That was probably the worst part of all. Beyond making Chewie like this Wookiee who like is eating people and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we groaned. People groaned in the movie theater.
Oh god, yeah.
It was just. The
movie looked like it was shot through like somebody like literally wiped their ass and wiped it on the lens. Like I couldn't see half the movie.
So that was
constant haze.
That was Ron Howard, right? Didn't Ron Howard?
He came in and did a mop job because we talked to his brother, and this has been long enough now. Who gives a shit? I got it still recorded somewhere. I got to dig it up. So we had Clint Howard in a hotel room. And he was telling us all this shit. He's like, yeah, those guys shot for 88 days, and then they fired him, and they brought my brother in, and Kathy was like, we got a perfect part for your brother, Ronnie. And he's like, he thought you guys were all upset, and he was really upset because he thought he let you guys down. And I'm like, no, we didn't. Nobody blamed Ron for that. I said, no. I said, if you ever talk to your brother about that again, I said, you flat out tell him. From all of us in this room, I said, we can speak for enough of the fans to say, look, nobody blamed Ron Howard for any of that mess. No. He was literally doing a fucking mop job on a $200 million fucking disaster that was waiting to happen. I said, he just picked the wrong movie to direct. That's what I said. If anything, your brother should have directed all of the fucking sequels. He's like, oh, you mean like the one with Luke and all that stuff? Oh, I didn't fucking watch those.
I shouldn't have watched those. Yeah, thought it would have been that would have been smarter. Yeah.
Oh, that was a hell of a day. Did I ever tell you about that, Mark?
I think you mentioned something.
Maybe
about
I have.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned it. Yeah.
I've told the story enough times. Most people know it. So yeah.
But yeah,
that was some of the stuff we talked about that we didn't mention before. Was like all the Star Wars stuff. Told me his brother was only going to make 2 more movies, which so far it seems to be that's the case, and all this other stuff. So like, yeah. Yes, Clint was in Solo. Yes, he was.
He had a cameo. Yeah. Yep. What did he play?
Because he said, I thank Kathleen Kennedy for that role, because we kind of got that look on our face. We just didn't say shit about Kathy. We just kind of kept our mouths shut. I think I got to dig up that recording because I recorded the whole conversation.
That's wild. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was also talking about Gentle Ben and shit and all kinds of other stuff and just all sorts of Hollywood stuff and just other kind of bullshit. It was just fun, just bullshitting with him.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's been on Star Trek.
Yeah, he talked a little bit about that.
In Star Trek, right?
He said he loved working on Star Trek and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, as a kid, who would not love? Yeah, he plays. That's one of the great episodes. Yeah, the Corbomite maneuver. He's phenomenal on that.
And he's been back multiple times since. He was in Deep Space Nine. I know he was in Discovery as well.
Well, and that's how I met him, was at the Star Trek convention, basically. Yeah. Okay. And we were sitting there going, we were just chit-chatting with him for like, maybe R2's never heard the story, so I'll tell it real quick. We were just chit-chatting with him a little bit for a while, and, like 20 minutes turned into a half hour, 45 minutes. Next thing you know, and my buddy looks at his watch, and he goes, we're going to get something to eat. You want to go get something to eat with us? We'll buy you lunch. And Clint goes, I got to eat sometime. Go, let me take my shit upstairs, and I'll go eat with you. And so he took his stuff upstairs, and we waited for him to come back down. We took him to the restaurant, and we waited in line for a while. But then when we got in there, it was like everybody was like, "That's Clint Howard. That's Clint Howard. That's Clint Howard. It's Clint Howard. It's Clint Howard. It's Clint Howard." Even what's his face? The guy who got canceled did the voice acting, who's on the Star Trek Continues thing. What's his name? Vic Mignogna.
Oh, Vic. Yeah.
We had somebody come over. It was so fucking weird because we had somebody come over who said, Vic Mignogna's in here and he wants to come over and say hi. Is that okay? Like, I don't know if it was one of his handlers or somebody from the fucking restaurant or what. We're like, hell yeah, he can come over. Like, so yeah, it was like this weird thing because like it must be what it's like to just be like in one of those groups of like, where everybody's like, oh my God, it's because he was the only like fucking celebrity just out there, and we're just chilling with him, laughing and having fun, talking and shit. And we could see like everybody's trying to eavesdrop in on our fucking conversation and shit. But then afterwards, we're like sitting there eating, we're getting done, and my buddy and I go, hey, you want to go smoke some weed? We got some pretty good shit from the weed shop. And he goes, fuck yeah, I got a card.
I got a card, yeah. I got the medical card. Yeah. Why not? Yeah.
He didn't smoke as much as you'd think. He got going. He's like, oh my God, this shit is fucking, I can't do it anymore.
Too strong.
And we're all just sitting there going, holy shit, we're getting fucking high with Clint Howard.
Did you offer him some Tranya?
Yeah, we called Gary. I'm like, Gary, get your ass over here. We got Clint Howard here. And I thought it was Gary showing up at the door. Gary Nerdrotic, Gary.
Yeah.
And because there was a knock, knock, knock at the door. I open it up and it's fucking hotel security.
They smelled it.
No, that's what we all thought. And we're like, quick, put everything away, because we weren't supposed to have. They didn't give a shit. We found out later, but no, we figured out. We put two and two together.
What was it?
We had Clint Howard. We all went upstairs with Clint Howard, and he'd been in our room and hadn't left in like 3 hours.
Oh, they thought you killed Clint Howard.
They either thought we kidnapped him or something, because it was like, you had a bunch of celebrities in that fucking place, and I think they were just doing a welfare check on Clint fucking Howard is what they were doing. And
gonna sick Ron on you. Yeah.
No, because I spoke to somebody who actually was like, a geek who was like at the fan meetup at the Millennium Bar thing that Gary put on. She actually worked at the hotel, and I brought up the story to her, and she's like, oh yeah, it was either that or just, they do that sometimes when people stay there for more than a week, because ever since we had that incident at the Mandalay Bay. Because she goes, otherwise, yeah, it was probably just to check on Clint.
Yeah. Well, in college, something similar happened. Well, not exactly similar, but we were totally hammered, and we're playing Van Halen 11, Ice Cream Man, and we're just, late night college, and we'd order.
Which is funny because Clint Howard played the Ice Cream Man in the Ice Cream Man movie.
Oh, yes, he did. Yeah. We're playing Ice Cream Man, and knock on the door comes, and we're all around the pizza. I guess we're scarfing pizza, and my friend. 3 of my roommates became doctors. They're like, most respectable people. And one of them worked as security as a dispatcher. And like the next day, the boss came over like, do your friends snort cocaine? Like my friend Rob was visiting. And Rob, he's like, he wouldn't tell him. He's like, what's your name? He's like, Mr. Lopez. Did you have ID? No, I don't. I don't have to show you ID. And like, he totally, Rob was a badass. He totally intimidated the security guard. These are we're 2 Eagle Scouts, by the way. And he's like, we saw you guys snorting cocaine last night. We're like, what? Cocaine? Are you crazy? I guess we were like, snorting pizza. Remember, we had some flour on our faces, or we're trash. But it was like, then they're checking on us, and almost got my friend fired. And that's just cutting the door. It's like
you actually had cocaine, didn't you, Mark?
Yeah. That's what I.
You were so drunk you forgot.
I forgot. Yeah.
Did we have fucking cocaine? Shit.
Yeah.
It's the last time we get drunk and go to Mexico. Son of a bitch.
Straight laced Boy Scout. Yeah. We're snorting cocaine. Yeah. So it was just, just hysterical. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great story. Oh, Polly's Minion is here. Hey, hope you're having safe travels with the truck dog. Yeah. So this was another hysterical part of the series here too. Was this scene here where we're just talking about before? So Riri, she's lost a suit of armor, I guess, at this point, and she's getting chased. Look, so the box truck is coming after her, and of course they've got all these snazzy White Castle ads here. I don't know. White Castle is going to lose money for this product placement. And
yeah,
the car is chasing her, right? The dude is chasing her in the car, and then he for no smart reason, he's running into the cars.
Why does it look like a dudette?
Well, let's not get into that part here.
Yeah.
But she's
and that's when the whores come in.
They're running. Why are you? You've got a car, a van, box van. You don't have to scrape every car going down the road, right?
But it makes cool sparks.
It's intimidating.
It's intimidating, right? So running down the road, it's like, I'm just gonna keep
run straight
the middle of the road. I gotta run.
This reminds me of that in like stupid horror movies when people do this shit. It's like if you just run to the left or the right, you wouldn't get crushed.
Yeah, just dodge between one of those cars, like a couple of those cars, you'd be fine.
It's like.
And you can duck into a fucking alley, yeah.
Yep.
Like, what the hell are you doing here? This is ridiculous. This just shows you how piss poor writing is. When these people think they've got this really cool concept and it's going to be, it's going to look so great and it's going to do it's like, no, you fucking moron. This is where somebody on the set, because they fired this person, right? The person who would be smart enough to go, why wouldn't she just duck between the cars and go down the alley? Like, that guy got fired on the first day.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't stop. And then she's like totally in the middle of the road. Like, okay.
Oh, for fuck's sake. There's no other vehicles coming. Just dodge the other fucking way.
Yeah.
By the time she realizes it, she'd be halfway down the block. Hitting more cars.
She's breaking lots of rules here now as a scout. She shouldn't be running in the street like this. And she's not even in the bike lane here.
Yep.
No, it's not. She doesn't even have to go that far to the right to just kind of cut off. Right? Like, just get between the vehicles and cut off the she'd be way down the street by the time she realized what you just did.
Just like, I was like,
I swear, some people are just fucking retards when it's not. It's like, and somebody should have been just smart enough to go, why didn't she just do this? Like, you film these scenes like for hours and days on end.
Yeah.
And you'd think somebody would have been smart enough at some point to say that.
Take care.
No, they fired that guy.
Have a great week.
Yeah.
Great to see you, Pleasant Valley.
For this show to work on any level, all logic and all common sense must be completely and utterly ignored. It is awful.
And look how far she's running too. Look how far
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. This is what happens when you let women write action. All right.
So she's at this car. She's at this car here. This is that a Honda? I can't tell, but she's running. She's running for quite a bit here. Let me go back. I mean, it's not like she's running for 10 feet either.
Yeah,
it always jumps around when you do this. But yeah, so look at the car is coming from back there. So, but then she goes into
Oh my god!
She goes into the street to begin running away.
She's trying to open the car.
Yeah.
So she wasn't even in the street to begin with.
No. She could have gotten back on the sidewalk in moments.
She never had to get off the sidewalk in the first place.
She's trying to get into the car.
She's trying to get into this car. Yeah.
So she's trying to get into the car, and then
go the other way. What the fuck?
And then she starts to run.
What the fuck?
Well, that's
this is making my brain hurt. I'm so glad I don't watch this piece of shit show.
Her armor flies in to save her, so it's okay. Let's see.
And then let's run through all the freaking cars here.
Yeah. Just smash up all the cars down the street, slowing yourself down.
Well, I got to correct myself. She staying out of the bike lane, thankfully, because freaking the bike lane is dangerous. If you ever been in the city, those bikers on their fucking.
She's in more danger in the bike lane, is what Mark's saying, than she is being hit by that fucking.
Yeah, the bike lane, man. Don't mess with the people. Don't block that bike lane. Have you ever seen some of those YouTube videos of blocking the bike lane? She's 5'3". How fast can she run? The truck can't catch her. The truck's not catching up to her. She's put distance between herself.
Well, the truck would have caught her a long time ago if it hadn't decided to run into all those other cars.
Yeah,
on the side of the road.
Oh my God! And this got past how many different people? Thousands upon thousands of dollars were spent. Hours of manpower.
Yeah, this is.
It's shit like this that makes me go, you know what? Superman's throwing his shield, and Superman 2 is not such a stupid thing.
It's his little
it's not nearly as fucking stupid. You know that? It really isn't, and it makes shit like Jaws: The Revenge look not so dumb.
Right?
Yeah.
And you know, I was thinking that I didn't even say that when we were on our show earlier. It's like, you guys realize in '87 we got, and this is for me like two of the worst fucking things that ever happened. We're Superman 4 and fucking Jaws: The Revenge.
Yeah.
Two of my, like the end of my childhood right there. And Rambo 3 was like right around the corner. So
and we got, same year, I think we also got Masters of the Universe.
Yeah, Masters of the Universe. Thank you. Yes. You're correct. Yes.
I that one was.
Well, see, I don't hate that one as much.
That crushed me. But
I get where you're coming from. But like, especially now looking back on it, it is one of the best sword and sorcery movies. It just sucks as a He-Man movie.
It's a terrible He-Man movie, yeah.
It's a terrible He-Man movie. But like, if you put it up against like Beastmaster 2,
oh yeah,
it's a great fucking movie.
It's pretty decent, yeah.
Yeah, it does a really good job with the whole sword and sorcery thing. But
this
show,
you got Frank Langella.
Hail to Claude Parry. Yeah. Hey, Claude.
It's just missing Orko. It's missing Battle Cat. It's missing Adam. It doesn't have the mythos. I get it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's missing a lot of stuff, but it is it is fun in a lot of ways. And
Courtney's, that and Superman, the two movies that finally ruined Golan Globus.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Canon, yeah. All right, so the special effects aren't bad there, except for
if it wasn't for the Ninja Turtles happening in that point in time in life, I probably would have lost it as a little kid.
The slow-mo crash with the they-them flying.
Yeah,
and then look at Zack Snyder coming. Oh, for fuck's sake!
You haven't seen this?
No, dude, I seriously have not. No, I don't watch this garbage. I have avoided every single Marvel show except, like, I would watch. My thing used to be, Mark, I would watch like the first few episodes just to see how bad it was, just so I had an idea what everybody was talking about. These shows got so fucking bad, dude. I think after She-Hulk is where I resigned. I did watch. The only one I ever finished was Hawkeye.
Yeah.
And the one I've been meaning to watch that I haven't, and that I probably will like, is the Werewolf by Night thing or whatever.
That was good. Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
But that's like its own like kind of like little thing. But like, I tried watching the Oscar Isaac show with the Night Moon thing, Moon Knight. Fucking dumb. Maybe that was the last thing between that or She-Hulk. One of those two.
Moon Knight. Moon
Knight, I only made one episode, and She-Hulk, I think I made it through 2. Maybe.
Moon Knight wasn't even in Moon Knight.
That's where I checked out after that first episode. I don't even think I made it through that first whole episode. So like, yeah, that's my history with these shows. I have not watched. I did watch half of WandaVision.
Okay.
And then I checked out when it got out that that's not really Quicksilver. It was all that other bullshit.
All that bullshit. Yeah. And Maddie's daddy wants to know what Claude is doing up this late. Well, on Claude, a tree landed on Claude's house a couple of weeks back.
Oh no!
So almost a month ago. Yeah. So that's why he wasn't on the Claude B memorial stream. And hope everything's okay. I guess the insurance adjuster's headed out this week, so hope it all works out. But I don't think anyone's hurt, thankfully. But
well, it's funny. Keely Chow says, "Good thing I'm not on FNT because if I was, it'd be homework." Well, The only one who really makes me watch, believe it or not, is everybody else but Andre anymore. Andre learned a long time ago, like
don't make you watch it.
Well, what happened was it was during Star Trek Discovery, and I don't remember if we got past the second season or not, but because he kept forcing us to watch it, and I literally came to him at one point. I'm like, look, the people are stopping and watching our reviews. This is like becoming a mental like fucking thing for me. Like it's really dragging me down. Oh. Like I got to a point where like my brain was purging episodes from my brain, like just because it was like, get rid of it, like bad data. Oh, like, God. Like it got to a point like I'm like, Andre, I'm not retaining any of this shit. I'm not even following this show anymore. I can't even coherently make it through an episode. Like I like actively have to sit there and force myself to do it. Like I get physically like antsy while it's like, fine, you don't have to watch it any longer. I'm like, God, thank God.
I made it through the end of season 3 on Discovery, and
for some reason I did. We started it, but
I feel damaged from having actually spent that much time watching that. Seeing Stacey Abrams show up as a guest star.
Maybe I didn't make it that far.
That was the finale of.
Oh no, I definitely didn't make it that far. Yeah. All I know is they kept promising it was going to get better, and
it's gonna get better. Gonna get better.
No, it just got worse.
That was disturbingly not delicious.
That's a pretty good analogy for the entire show.
That's the next Captain Kirk.
Sorry, I ordered mac and cheese on purpose. I'm trying new things because my comfort zone has become uncomfortable.
No way a fat bitch like that don't like mac and cheese. That is the biggest bunch of fiction in that entire fucking show right there.
Yeah, I don't think you made it that
probably
far.
Bleeds mac and cheese if I cut her.
I don't think you made it that far into the show, right?
Yeah.
Then that was season 4, I think.
No, because I still remember Tilly being hot, because I'm like, she's dumb enough. I'd get her to fuck me.
Yeah.
And then she got fat and weird.
I couldn't believe what I was watching. Now, she was preggo at one point, so, but
that's.
I love feeling feelings.
I was gonna say that's the Tilly I used to remember.
Yeah, and this is my version of that.
I love feeling feelings. 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 I love feeling feelings.
She was a cutie when the show started, but then and then she went down.
And actually, when they went to the mirror universe, she actually acted like a badass for like a few episodes. So she could act that way, but it was just when you have this kind of in Star Trek, and of course, I'm gonna lose all my viewers now. But here, watch.
It's the same vibe. Same fucking vibes here.
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
Every time you play that, Mark, I just want to throttle you.
I know. But I'm watching that. I'm just watching that. I'm like, who wrote this shit? Who wrote that? Like, I'm trying to expand my comfort zone by eating fucking macaroni and cheese. I'm trying to my comfort zone by maybe traveling into a black hole or fighting some Klingons. Or
she's trying to pretend some white bitch ain't lived off of mac and cheese. What the fuck ever?
Yeah.
Pardon my French, but goddamn, Mr. Jean-Luc.
She's gonna move on to mac and cheese with some toppings. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
put some pulled pork on top of that mac and cheese, and then we'll see how tired of it you are, Missy.
Oh my God, it's just like, and I apologize everyone for Star Trek Disgracery, but it's just like this is just so ridiculous, right? And then they're gonna be cute here. Oh, I'm gonna give the person a finger here. It's like, this is so
flip her off.
Yeah. You couldn't get me. Yep. The classic slow motion. I mean, you probably you would have killed this person. That's in the car. Granted, they're gonna run you over, but you're the superhero. You're supposed to, not supposed to hurt anyone.
Oh, superhero! Come on. I think we're all past labels. Mark.
I mean, she's a thief, killer. What else do we do? I've never even seen this shit. Like, I'm sitting here listening earlier when I was going down to the store quick to you guys talk about the Wakanda, because I've never seen Wakanda Forever either.
I turned it off.
like the shit you guys are. I'm like, how is this shit a real movie? Like,
yeah, how is it real? Yeah, Professor.
Oh, we didn't even get into the most ridiculous stuff that happens in Wakanda Forever.
Well, I've heard more of it. Like I've heard reviews, but like the more I hear about like stuff that like, because nobody really talked about Riri much in the reviews. They were talking more about, you know, the guy who can't get his back wet, who happens to be from, or has to keep his back wet, I should say. Yes. Andre kept saying,
Namor,
the Mexican. And you know, all that crap and the whole like, you know, and like I predicted it was going to be a fucking 2-hour fucking funeral for Black Panther, and it kind of was from what I heard.
Yep. Namor.
Like, oh, we lost Black Panther. Poor us. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, my friend
recast him.
my kid said, yeah, it was just basically like it was the whole movie was so depressing. It was just you know, he watched it. I'm like,
and then I turned to that one. I was not going to the theater to see that garbage. We watched that one at home on Disney Plus, and my son was like, I'll watch it, you know, because he kind of likes the first Black Panther movie. So we sat down to watch it, and about 20 minutes in, he was like, I'm gonna go do something else. I'm like, all right, I'll finish watching it. Yes, I sat there and finished it. It was, oh man, it was bad, just so bad.
And Ikla has some sage advice for me, because Tom is smart enough not to watch this, and but Professor R2 and I did. I think it's more ridiculous you're watching these shows. No offense, but at least they're doing it because it's their job. You're just torturing yourself. Please stop. Get help. And,
well, and this is where, like, I mean, I don't really defend myself if anybody kind of comes at me too often, unless it's Snyder Bros just to trigger them. But like, I mean, I've been called a grifter, a shill, all these kind of things so many different times, depending on what you're talking about. It's like, if I was such a grifter, why am I not watching all these Star Trek shows and all these Marvel shows and making fun of them and doing reviews where I'm just, you know, shitting all over them? Why? Because it's not worth my fucking time. Sure, I can make a few extra bucks every month doing this. Our Star Trek reviews did pretty well. Like I said, for the longest time. That's why Andre kept making us do them. So, you know, like, but it just gets to a point where this shit, it's like, why would I do this? Like, I mean, I get it. If some of my audience asks me to review some things, I will. But it's got to be enough of it that they're really that interested, and it's not just, you know, fuck with me or something like that. Kind of like, you know, how we joke with Mikey about Alf.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, he's actually been paid by people, and he still hasn't done it.
He still hasn't done it.
No.
No, but Ikla, yeah, you got a good point. But if I'm going to talk about something, typically I do want to watch what I'm going to, you know.
And that's the other side of it, though, right? Is I probably should watch most of these things just because I'm on all these shows and everything talking about it. And I used to watch everything, right?
Yeah,
I mean, even when I had a 9-to-5, 40-hour week type job kind of situation, or more or less, like even then, I still went out of my way to make sure I could see movies and such and TV shows. But it's like I almost watch less now than I did back then, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well, but shit has gotten so bad.
Yeah.
This is a funny scene here too. Watch this scene. Hopefully it doesn't get, well, I'm not monetized, so it doesn't matter. I don't mind. But then Riri like shrugs. Of course of course it locked up on me. The computer. Sometimes VLC locks up. But you know, what was that? 1250. Let me see if I can grab that again. 1252. But like shrugs. I gotta clip that one. This is like, no, I'm out of here. Let's see if we can get back to that.
Jeez.
1250.
Yeah, you know, it's not. I don't get paid to watch this stuff, but I suppose, you know, I've built up hundreds of hours of terrible cinema with things like Mystery Science Theater 3000 and whatnot. So I have sort of a strange attraction to terrible things.
Right. That you and I share.
To watch them and enjoy the fact that this is really bad.
Motherfucker, I got Humanoids from the Deep on 4K. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, look, I understand you're talking to me when you say that.
Yeah.
Like, well, I get you.
I'm just saying, like, why am I wasting my time watching this? I am entertained by watching some of this terrible stuff.
That I can understand. Okay, see, that's the first coherent argument somebody's made to me besides because I like money.
Yeah.
Right?
Because I mean, we all made the jokes, and it's sad, but it's getting true at this point where we've all probably made money in these circles off these movies and TV shows than any of these motherfuckers have, because none of this stuff is profitable anymore.
Yep.
And when it comes to these Disney Plus shows, I don't see how they're not like just bleeding money on these things.
Oh, they
and you
have
talked
to
about
be.
and you talked about this like White Castle scene earlier. Like, no stoner's gonna listen to some little black girl getting out of. They're gonna be like, "Fuck you, lady! I'm eating my fucking White Castle."
Here, yeah. Instead
look
of throwing the fries at the assailant.
Line?
Yeah.
She drops him on the floor.
She throws him on the floor.
That's a waste of good curly fries. What the fuck?
Plus, hot oil is a devastating weapon. I mean,
yeah. Why didn't you just throw it in his face? That would make more sense.
That would have made way more sense.
It would not only just it would incapacitate him. Besides, because now he could just get back up here in about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eventually, he's gonna get back up.
It'd burn you. Yeah. So
there you go. They're getting back up already. What I fucking tell you?
Yeah. And then they get hit with someone put this to another other music, and she's 5'3", so this person I think is like 5'5", maybe, or 5'6". It's like this is supposed to be like the intimidating.
Is that a male
fighter.
or a female? I can't tell with anybody on this show anymore.
It was one, and then is pretending to be the other.
Seriously, I was like joking, but okay.
No,
it is. Yeah.
So that dude does not have a fucking Adam's apple, or that's a very, very masculine chick.
Yeah, so that's let's just say that's a man, so I don't get in trouble here. So that's
a man, baby.
That's the intimidating person in this show, and the physique is like, does this scream like Enforcer, Blood Brothers to you?
He's a fan.
No.
That's it.
So yeah, where's she?
Hopefully I got most of that bleeped out for you.
And Riri goes flying there, but this is just it's just a sad fight. It's just terrible. It's just we're laughing.
That is just weird looking. She looks like Chucky.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
This is supposed to be like super intimidating enforcer here. And
I'm sorry, I'm derailing this whole review on you guys.
No, this is perfect. No, and then they have the nerve to throw in Star Trek references to this show. So
shit.
They quote Star Trek. Hers was the most human. Yeah. So let me call up the transcript. I don't want to try to play too much because I could probably get.
Watch. We were probably right about Silver Surfette being inspired by Aaliyah from Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Probably, yeah. So let me, so I have the transcript up here from. Let's see. Let's get. This is episode 5, but they're throwing in Star Trek clips, so they're giving you, Riri and it's her Natalie's brother. Natalie's her best friend that was killed and came back as an AI through some Wakandan technology that extracted.
Yeah,
that from her
she
brain.
fell asleep with some probes stuck to her head.
Yep.
And out came Natalie as an AI.
Yep. AI Natalie. Yep. So pretty wild. Yeah. So let me get the. Why didn't I get the subtitles for that one? It's episode 5. I need the episode 5 subtitles. But so that's killing me too when they're doing that. And then I think they trash the a perfectly good muscle car that's worth probably at least $50,000, I'm guessing, and she needs money to build a suit of armor. And then she uses that the car to build a suit of armor.
I don't think Detroit steel would really make all that great of a piece of power armor, personally. But
I thought she had
just
fucking vibranium.
No. She doesn't have any of those things.
She made a machine to go find it.
Yeah, and then they took it all away from her. And that's the thing. Like she goes, they come and kidnap her to take her away because she can detect vibranium, and of course Wakanda needs to have a monopoly on vibranium. So they kidnap her, take her to Wakanda. Shuri lets her build a suit with all of their tech. So she makes this incredible suit out of all the vibranium tech. And then at the end of the movie, they say, yeah, you know what? you got to go home and you can't take it with you.
Oh,
sorry, we got to keep your suit. Yeah.
So they don't let her take the suit?
No. The suit with the cornrows in it. With the cornrows on the helmet. They don't let her keep it.
Okay.
They take it away and they send her home, but they give her that 71 CUDA as like a gift. Is that for the car?
They give her a car? Why the hell would they give her a car?
None of the movie makes sense. That's the least of your worries.
They give her a car?
So they give her that 71 CUDA, and then apparently,
does she have any attachment to 71 CUDA? Like,
it was her dad's. I guess it was her dad Gary who was killed. It was his car. It was the car he was working on for ages, whatever, and so they fixed it up.
Finished the car. Okay.
Yeah, they fixed it up for her.
That kind of
and then her mother sells it because they tell us in the episode where she builds the new armor that her mother had to go buy the car back.
Oh.
She says, "I went to buy the car back when I realized you were here to stay."
Well, where the hell did she get all that money?
I don't know.
I mean, like an expensive car. Someone look up what a 71 CUDA is in perfect shape. I'm guessing at least 50 to 100 grand, maybe. That's insane. And why would she sell her dad's most prized possession? The other thing that makes no sense in this freaking thing is they've got this gas station, right? In Chicago. That's damn expensive to have a piece of property sitting there not being used. I mean, the taxes got to be between 20 to 30 grand, or the overhead there to keep that open.
A 71 CUDA in top condition with a 440,
which that had the 440.
Yep. Has been documented in listings or in auctions for selling between $215,000 to $867,000. So this is at minimum. This is like a
100 grand was even off. Yeah.
Well, it looks like there are some that are out there for sale. I can find a few out there for sale for around $100K.
But
they're not going to be in that condition. Yeah.
Perfect, but probably better than it's new.
Average price around $198.
Wow.
So
Rob's a car guy. He knows his cars. Yep. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I'm like, not a cheap car. Oh, good night, Maddie's daddy. Take care. Great to see you. Have a great week,
Steve.
Ed and Maddie. Yep. So that just crazy. Yeah. Oh, I don't have the transcript. I can't. It's not downloading the open subtitles didn't download, but yeah. So that makes zero freaking sense. I'm looking at my show notes here that I actually got so pissed off I started taking notes. Yeah, so because you're watching something you want to forget. There's so much stuff on here. So as Tom was saying, you ain't kicking out the whole White Castle, and then no one calls the cops. It's like, where are the cops here? So after that scene, right? I'm not gonna pull it up again, but Riri ends up falling through the White Castle sign when Joe attacks her with his new, superpowers that he's got because his body's been they put him into like this machine and they give him superpowers. I guess his father had those had that machinery there. What he could have done it all along, I guess, but the hood works to give him those superpowers, but he can control them. So he's like a tin man, like he can't do anything on his own.
Yeah. They gave him the powers, and then they changed his administrator password.
Yeah. So his admin password changed. He can't do what he wants. Yep.
Yeah. So it's not his. So that all the enhancements he gets are not his. Yeah. Oh yeah. Her crashing into the sign, and then the letters falling to just say "ouch." Oh my god.
I was cringe. Yeah. Total cringe. Yeah.
So bad. There's a shot in the spoon. Yeah, nice. You got
that's
that.
Mephisto, and it's really. I was watching on Disney Minus last night, and it's really tough to catch. And I have a
it's
4K TV, and it's only 65 inches. In a few more years, I'll be able to go up to the 80s, and every 10 years I get a new TV.
Yeah.
But you really can't, unless, only because I knew that this scene was coming. Could you see Mephisto? But come on, give us, a better shot of Mephisto. And why is he in this show with Riri?
Of all shows, yeah. But
yeah,
we do get, we've got him making deals with the Hood. We do get the flashback to see the deal that he made with Parker, and it's to be filthy, stinking, greasy rich. Yeah, something
greasy rich. Yeah.
Which immediately destroys any idea that he was in some way some sort of urban Robin Hood. He was in it to make himself wealthy, in it for the filthy lucre from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So we get to see his encounter with Mephisto, played by Sacha Baron Cohen. It looks like he probably just rolled out of bed that morning and just wore whatever he had on to set.
Yeah. I don't think he was bad in the role. I mean,
no,
the whole show was so terrible that he did.
He looked shabby though.
He looked shabby. Yeah, I don't know if that was a look. Who knows with this show what they're, it's just so bad. What they're going. It's just a total lost cause at this point. So
they didn't even give him like a pointy little devil beard or a Van Dyke or
anything. Yeah. So I was really surprised by that. Oh, here's the subtitles. This is Lyric Ross as her friend Natalie, who becomes a AI. She was okay, okay as an actress.
She was all right,
but she was nice. At least she had some redeeming qualities compared to Riri Williams.
Did yes?
Well, like, why is she your friend? Yeah. So they're in her dad's or stepdad's garage that's been sitting in Chicago. I guess how many years has this been? 4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
that this garage has been sitting empty.
Yeah, I think they said it's like 5 years. Been like 5 years.
So I'm guessing a place like this in downtown Chicago, property taxes probably $20,000 a year or higher, plus insurance on all the contents, probably.
Plus all the homeless people that will have broken into it and been living in it over the years. Yes,
but I'm guessing it would cost at least minimum $50,000 just to own the building with no income coming in.
Probably.
I don't know how. I mean, are they super rich? They don't look super rich in the show. Plus, all this tech, all this gear in here is worth a lot of money, just in terms of mechanics and all the tools that are in here. So that's the other part that's totally ridiculous. The dad died a while ago. Yeah. Oh, good night, Donnie. Great to have you here. Hope you have a great week. Yep. So showed up as Ali G. So yeah, then they're going to add magic to the suit.
Well, yeah, we first get to see her go back to her mother, and they're having a chat, and her mother's telling her basically, you're overworked and you're exhausted, whatever. And since her mother is into the crunchy granola, crystals, new age healing, whatever, they're going to go to her little place for a little bit of healing, which we find out is a chocolate shop where
Willy Wonka
run by witches.
Yeah, you always have that in Brooklyn or where Chicago. Yeah,
downtown Chicago, chocolate shop run by witches. Oh, there's that terrible armor.
There's a suit.
God, I hate that armor.
Why does she always have like the car bumpers on? They always give her like stupid.
I don't
like car bumper
fins.
Stuff.
Yeah, I don't.
It's supposed to be an exhaust here.
Fins.
And like, did they have titanium in the 71 Cuda? I know
pretty sure they didn't.
They didn't have. They didn't have any titanium. Or
they didn't have holographic displays. They also didn't have fusion reactors or anything like that either. So, not sure where they got those parts, but
Yeah, I just don't get it. Yeah, so they destroy the Cudas. I've known good Shadow is saying Shadow is going nuts. Yeah, you just don't do it. Go to the junkyard.
Yeah, he was very unhappy about that.
And so she's got magic. There's a gorgeous car, and it's mint. I mean,
that is an absolutely gorgeously restored car. That is not your $100,000 example of a.
That's a $200,000.
That's a $400,000 car, certainly. Yeah,
and with the 440 in there too.
Yeah,
so it's a special engine in there too. The 440 is huge. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, this is where she's just sitting here, and then she gets zapped by.
She just takes off because they remember she introduces the Natalie AI to Natalie's living brother, and he loses his mind and flips out, which honestly the only genuine reaction anyone has in this show.
Right.
That is how a human would be like, you did what? You brought my dead sister back as a hologram? You are an effing monster. Get out of my face, you sicko. And basically, what would you do? I would delete the damn thing is what I would do. And Riri's like, what? No, I don't want to delete. Yeah, okay. Nope. And so, he just checks out immediately. I'm like, yes, that is a human reaction right there to you bringing back his dead sister, right? That he's still mourning. Like, oh, you just made a hologram of her. Great. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's the scary gang that works for the Hood. Tom, I know you haven't seen this, but that's the intimidating Hood gang. It's able to wreak havoc throughout the city. And,
yes.
Pearson,
the lovely them running as the hacker running all the computers. Supposedly is one of the most wanted people in Madripoor.
Yeah, Escape Madripoor.
Sure.
Oh, look at they got popcorn there. They do have some popcorn.
Yeah, why not? A little popcorn.
Now, she was kind of fun. This show is so ridiculous, though. But
it is ridiculous.
But it was, then of course there's no one notices the magic that's going on there either, right?
No.
Just in the show.
No.
So what else did I have in my notes?
So they decide to put magic into her armor because she figures out after she steals that little bit of the hood during the first 3 episodes.
Yeah, they're testing it. Actually, they're testing it right here. They're testing this, and that's her mom here, and they're testing this as one of the ultimate evils in the universe. Yep. And then she can't destroy it. How is she able to cut the piece of the hood off if she can't
exactly? How could you cut it apart if
you
can't destroy it? You would cutting it would require destroying some of the structure of this. That doesn't make sense at all. So but no, they can't seem to destroy this. They do determine though that there is dark energies, dark magics that are part of this. They think it's Dormammu. Of course we would remember Dormammu from the Doctor Strange film. But so anyway, they decide they're going to have to put the magic into the armor. And so she starts working with her to put magic into the new armor that she's going to build later. And she tells her her repeatedly. Well, first of all, mixing magic and technology is stupid. It's dumb. But she tells her repeatedly, there is a price to pay for using magic. It's not, if you use the magic, then there's going to be some kind of exchange, right? There's going to be a price to pay for taking, taking this power for yourself using magic, which Riri completely ignores those warnings every time, completely ignores them. And so once they put the magic into her suit, what happens? Well, she pays a price. It erases the Natalie AI. The magic takes over the suit and it erases the Natalie AI that was running the suit. And of course,
she's trying to download it into her laptop, how big is the AI program? It's got to be terabytes of data.
Oh yeah, but she transferred it to her laptop in the first episode.
Yeah. So it fits in your my laptop can always fit the AI in there, right? Or at least if they explain it like she went on the internet or went into the net somehow. Or
and if she could transfer it, why didn't she just have a backup?
Yeah, because it's just code, right?
Yeah.
So it's like in Star Trek, where they have got the holodeck and where the programs go.
Yeah.
So there's just nothing redeeming about this. I mean, some of my other notes here were when the scene with the devil Mephisto, Parker, he starts takes a bite of pizza. this is just a continuity thing that drives me nuts. Then when he puts the pizza down, there's no bite taken out of it. It's like that kind of stuff drives me crazy. It's like, who's on the set and didn't notice that he takes a bite of the pizza? I mean, it's stupid stuff, but it's like the Porsche Commando when it's trashed on one side, it drives off. It's perfect. Yep.
Oh, and then what he does? No, that's supposed to be part of the magic. That's supposed to be part of Mephisto's magic.
Pizza never ends.
The pizza is never ending.
And then there's this really annoying family in the back of the restaurant. And he just looks at them and shuts them up, but like no one else says anything in the restaurant. Everyone just keeps eating. Like he doesn't freeze time. Like, the typical thing in these movies, they'll have like, magic user will just freeze time so that, the people can talk. And they just like, he makes this family is just like, can't move anymore. They're like the annoyingly loud family in the back. And he shuts them up. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, I did.
That
yeah.
scene. Yeah. And when she's fighting, she's got roller skates in the suit of armor, if you notice, if you watch closely. And she rolls. And Parker, she gets in a fight with not Parker, with Stain.
Yeah.
And then the way that she knocks him out and realizes she can reset him, she's like, well, I have to hit you in the nuts where you don't have any bionics.
Yeah. I've got to kick you in the balls. They're worse than roller skates. They're like high heels. Roller skates in them.
In the suit.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can find that in the clip here. Or in the actual.
In order for me to defeat you, I and reset your bionic stuff since you let some other dumbass get a hold of your password.
Yeah, let's see if I can find.
I'm gonna have
to say bionic. It's so. And it's like good. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, here it is in this transcript. Let me zoom in here. Yeah, I'm gonna knee you in the groin. What? I'm sorry, but maybe there's no bionics there in your balls. Your body's gonna respond in crisis mode and shut down enough for you to manually override via the processor beneath the node in my neck. That's smart. So are we doing this? All right, Riri, let's just try it. But I don't know if I can stop. Be careful. Sorry, I don't mean to do this. Damn.
Yeah.
All right, watch out. Stand still. I'll try to pull it, okay? For the sake of the Stain family name. Okay.
He's going to take care of the Stain family jewels in the sake of the Stain family name. Yeah.
Yep, good clean blow. That's some good hitting. And then she puts like a chip on the back of his neck.
Yeah.
It's like,
just right on the back of his neck.
Why don't you just put the chip on the back of his neck to begin with?
Yeah. Oh, God, that armor. Just every time I see it, that armor is awful. Who came up with this design? Even the ridiculous design from Wakanda Forever with the cornrows on top of the helmet, like, looked better than this. This is...
I've never seen that helmet. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's bad. You can look it up. It's
terrible.
Hail to
Tim Hayes. Yep, hail to Tim Hayes. And I take it this is worse than Batgirl. It's Disney Channel hero. Yeah. And Jay Price wants to know if we've killed Tom. if we've done it. We've killed Tom. Tom is still there, but I don't know if he can handle seeing all these clips. I don't remember the scene in the show.
This is the problem with not watching.
Yeah. This was just the first time not long after she arrived home with the bits and pieces that she rolled home in a borrowed,
the kid with the car,
red wagon. Yeah.
All right. Now the other thing I'm going to bitch and moan about. She stole this suit from MIT, right?
Yeah.
MIT doesn't come out. How many millions of dollars is the suit worth? They lock her out of the access. They don't try to repossess the suit or come after or do anything to her.
Yeah, they just
nothing happens.
Just write it off.
You can have the $1 million suit.
Yeah, here's your multi-million-dollar weapon. Essentially, we're just gonna let you take this with no repercussions whatsoever. Yeah,
right. They don't come after. Yeah, and Parker, what a useless the Hood, what a useless villain he is.
Oh yeah, terrible.
Yep. Well, they actually what they did with the CUDA, they took the door off. That's all you see them doing. They're taking the door off.
Just the door.
They take the door off, Rob. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, typically they take a they take a shell or. Oh, she does have an Anchor battery charger to the back of her phone there. Oh, there's some product placement there. It looks like an Anchor charger. Yeah.
Well, RobAltis, we do know the one in the show is supposed to be a 440 because it's written on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the custom paint job is that it's a 440.
It's a 440, yeah. And she's walking home. She doesn't even take like the helmet off. It's like the suit's been destroyed. She asked this kid was a nice kid. He was a cute actor in this. And he's like, "Can I borrow your wagon?" And she's walking down the middle of the road again in Chicago. Like, let's get out of the road after she crashes there.
Yeah.
Like she just leaves the helmet on. It's like that's not working.
Yeah.
Just leave.
Yeah, I'm assuming. On. Yeah, she just can't get the helmet off. It's just gonna have to pry it off because it has no power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's.
I will admit this MIT suit that she starts the show with. I don't mind the look of this one at all. I still think the little shoulder mounted, whatever they are, fins or whatever launchers. I don't think they're that bad. This design is much better, but yeah, the design at the end is so bad.
Yeah, and if you're this smart, you're gonna be able to find your way in the world, right? I mean, typically you're dead. You're could have setbacks, or you could get screwed over. And then how is she generating the hologram all the time? With the suit doesn't work, the suit gets destroyed, but then Natalie's still be able to be generated. That she takes like this little module out of the suit.
Yeah,
it's just.
And Dalu in the chat was saying, still trying to figure out the pre-magic power source. Yeah. Wind and solar.
Yeah. Yes.
We, in fact, see at one point this suit, which is on the screen right now, floating in the air, being lifted by 4 repulsors, just like Iron Man hovering in the air, with 2 tiny wind turbines on her shoulders spinning. So in reality, she's invented solar power and wind power that is somehow 10,000 times more efficient than anything that exists today. So already she could just take those 2 inventions and she would be a multi-billionaire.
Yeah. Because at one point, doesn't she plug the suit in? It says it's going to take 24 hours.
Oh,
to, charge the suit. Or
when she first plugs it in, she first plugs it into just the 110 outlet in her house and knocks out the whole block.
She doesn't have an arc reactor. There's no arc reactor.
There's no arc reactor. No, she doesn't. Tony Stark built one of those in the cave. She can't. So she runs it on wind and solar.
Yeah, because she kind of fixes the suit from MIT that she's stolen, and it becomes this version of the suit, and that's how the AI gets generated. She's wearing orange. Looks like an orange jumpsuit where she does belong in prison. That's her escaping MIT. She's so oppressed in MIT that she's got to steal the suit after she gets kicked out for liberating students from the tyranny of doing homework by giving them already completed
doing their own projects.
Yeah. So, and that's when she's getting chewed out at MIT. Just there's zero likability to this character. And then the kicker in the end, as we finish up with this.
There you go. That's the suit from Wakanda suit. Forever. Look, it's got the top of the head, the top of the helmet has cornrows.
Yeah, I turned this off. I couldn't watch this. Yeah, it was killing me. When Namor came out of the ocean.
Namor.
Yeah, it was just killing me. Yep. Oh God. So let's see if I just want to see if they've got a picture of here I can do this. If I keep going. Yeah, well there's Mephisto. Yeah, and the sad thing is we get a great legendary character like Mephisto, and it's in this terrible show.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it true that the writers of some of the other series didn't know who Mephisto was when WandaVision.
Yeah. The WandaVision, they were like, "Who's Mephisto? We don't know who that is."
They didn't know who Mephisto was, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And then you want to ask, like, have you ever read any classical literature? Do you know who Mephistopheles is?
Yeah.
I guess not. Never mind.
Nope. Not going to happen. Yep.
Yeah.
So, all right, we're just this trap. And wasn't this filmed in 2022?
Yeah, it's been sitting on the shelf for 3 years.
So, and that's a good reason why I was sitting on the shelf. It's a failed comic book character. Not, as much as Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Miles Morales does seem to have some following out there. But Ironheart has she's got zero following. That's the reason why her comics never made it never made it anywhere. So
kind of, I guess wrapping up the story. So we were talking about him taking a shot to the pills so that so that she could reset his bionics and give him control, Zeke Stane control over his body. After that, she faces off with the Hood, who's gone like full feral. Like he's
starting to transform
crazy, and he's got claws, and they're fighting. There's a whole fight scene that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Basically he's tearing her apart, but then she turns on a hologram to make it look like she exploded.
That was the big trick. That was the big reveal in the end. So that was semi-intelligent. Okay, I'll give him that. So so she pretends. She says like protocol, emergency protocol, and then the suit explodes. You think the suit's destroyed, and it turns out to be like a whole fake scenario. And then she proceeds to beat the crap out of the guy.
Yeah, and then tears the hood off of him.
Yeah, she rips the hood off the hood. So he's hoodless.
Yes.
And then you find out, we're spoiling. Then you find out she does make the after credit scene. She does make the deal with the devil.
Yeah. She meets with Mephisto. So I've had several people, like I said, some people that I've had conversations with would be like, "Oh no, she was manipulated. The devil manipulated her. It knew whatever." I said, "No, that's not how a devil's bargain works." So if you go back to classical literature, if you go back to Faust, or before that, if you go back to some of the more recent versions of that, that's not how a devil's bargain works. The devil's bargain is, I'm going to give you your heart's desire, whatever it is.
Yep.
Money, power, fame, eternal life, whatever it is that your desire is, I'm going to give that to you. But you have to do that willing. You have to be willing to trade your soul to me, become essentially my thrall, my, slave, for lack of another word. But you have to do that willingly. And so she was not tricked. She was not fooled. She was manipulated. That's how the devil works. I mean, it's going to come in and manipulate people who are weak. But the devil's bargain is essentially, it is a test of character. Are you willing to trade your soul for the greatest wishes of your heart? And so when it comes to her and dealing with Mephisto, essentially he offers to tell, she's saying that, she's lost her sister friend, she's lost Natalie, she lost her, stepdad, and it doesn't have to be that way. And so essentially she decides, she basically says, all you would want is just me, right? And he says, yep, just you.
Yep. Exactly.
And that is the devil's bargain. And so she takes the deal. She makes a literal deal with the devil. She trades herself. She sells herself off to Mephisto to get back her friend and her stepdad. Yeah, I assume they're both part of that. We only really see
Natalie. That's why I said, wait a minute, your dad, you didn't bring your dad back. But when Parker, we all hate, most people revile, One More Day, but Peter Parker makes a deal with Mephisto to bring back Aunt May, but part of the deal is he doesn't can't know MJ anymore, which we're all loathe that direction in the comics. But it wasn't Peter Parker wasn't selling his soul. She as R2 is saying, she sells her soul to the devil.
She essentially says, I will be, she's taken away one of his thralls, right? She's taken away the hood somehow. I mean, apparently just taking the hood off of him takes his, he's now no longer in his power, although we see him multiple times in the show not wearing the hood. So I'm not sure how not wearing the hood suddenly makes him not Mephisto's stooge. But I digress. But yeah, she basically says, oh, you can have me. She gives herself over to Mephisto to get her heart's desire, which is apparently to get back Natalie, and I would assume also Gary. But as Phantom Outsider was pointing out, it's also not just a test of character, but anyone who's dealing with the devil would recognize that you're not dealing with someone who is actually going to be honest with you, right? There's always a trick with these devil's bargains. Oh, you're going to get Natalie back, but maybe you only get her back for a day. Or you're gonna, there's gonna be something in there. They're not dealing with you honestly. So anyone who would be able to see through that would also recognize that that making that deal is not going to be worthwhile. But I'm gonna make you the greatest.
Greatest human of your generation. So she's got the power dangle before her too, right? It's not just
that was
her
Parker.
Friend back.
That's what he was promising Parker.
Oh, that was Parker. That's Parker. That's
Parker.
Okay,
I'll make you the greatest of your generation.
Yeah. And I don't know why he didn't. He wasn't able to do it. Didn't make sense. Yeah. So, how to watch Ironheart? Yeah. So, if you do this, it's just me you want, no one else. Yep. That she begs her to make the deal. Yep. We see Riri reach out to shake his hand, then flashback to Riri and Natalie hugging as a dark branch, similar to the one that covered Parker's whole body, spreads across her arm. She did it, y'all. She made a deal with the devil. So you've got a character who's let people die, robbed, stolen, done horrible things, and in the end of her character arc, we're never going to get a season 2 of this.
Oh, hell no.
She sells her soul to the devil, and her journey into the dark side is now complete.
It is complete. Yeah. So she is now, she's not a hero. She didn't make some noble sacrifice. No, she got her heart's desire in turn for becoming the thrall of the devil. She's now in the service of Mephisto. So it's she ain't coming back in Doomsday and she's suddenly going to be Iron Man 2. That's
the MCU just got one hell of a villain. Get it, Hell? Yes. Yeah, well they got, and the villain is Ironheart.
It's her.
Yeah, it's her. Yeah. So it's And Jay Prezi, one more dozen abomination that Marvel writers wanted because they can't figure out how to write a married character exactly. That's why I always love the Tom DeFalco, Ron Friend's MC2 universe with Mayday Parker. Spider-Girl. If you haven't read Spider-Girl, read that because they do a great job of writing a married Peter Parker with a kid. Yeah. So Pet Cemetery Natalie. Yeah, at the end, she thinks that she thinks she's the hologram is back, but it's actually Natalie is back. So it's just horrendous. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
she doesn't see where Natalie came from, so she at first thinks that she is the AI. That the AI somehow finally rebooted itself or whatever, because she says, "Oh, I've been waiting so long to say this. Run diagnostics." And then Natalie looks at her like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then like touches her, pokes her in the forehead or something. And she's like,
"Yeah, see if she's real."
How did you do that? Oh,
and that's the and she talks about bringing back someone that's dead there too, right? It's like, oh, that's too far. We can't do this. Mistopheles, I think he says that, like, we can't, I can't bring back the dead. I think at the end here.
Well, he says death is difficult.
Death is difficult.
Not impossible for magic, he says.
Yeah. But if you're looking for magic, I can help.
Yeah.
So this is the last line here. Yeah. How about a little abracadabra? Then she goes to Natalie, I guess. Yeah. So, horrible character arc. Just some of you dislike intensely from the beginning, and then you just dislike even more and more as the show goes on. She's not typical hero. You got a friend that's kidnapped, or someone's got my mom, or I'm being blackmailed to do this, and they find a way out of it. But nothing. You don't get any of that in this show. She's just evil, evil all around, through and through. So, but I did want to cover, now that we've put her, that was made our audience suffer. Thank you, everyone. But,
some punishing,
punishing. But
you know what? You guys didn't have to watch it. We did.
Yeah, we did it for you. But I had to get that off my chest. But
it's so bad. So bad.
So don't watch it, or watch it if you want to see how bad it is. Yeah.
If like me, you can gain some entertainment from the fact that this is truly awful, feel free. Otherwise, don't bother.
Yeah. Yeah, Mayday Parker is the happy ending we all wanted. So that's why I love that MC2 universe. She appears in What If. And she was so popular in What If, Mayday Parker, that let's give the fans what they want. Now this is the popcorn bucket that's going to eat my wallet. I think I might just 3D print this sucker, because someone's selling a 3D print of this, which I'll show, and I'll put the link in. And it's $80. So they're talking about all these wild popcorn machines. Yeah, there's the Jurassic Park one, and which looks pretty cool. But I guess the Dune was that the first one they're saying that really took off.
That
like
was
crazy?
Really the one that took off. Yeah, I mean they've had these for a few years now. I was totally bummed that I missed out on when they did Ghostbusters Afterlife. They had a really good popcorn bucket that was the Ecto one.
I have that.
Oh, do you have that one? Oh man!
And I bought two of them, and I sold one of them on eBay. And I'm like, I never get lucky. I'm like, I'm gonna make a ton of money, and it only sold for like $50 or something.
Oh yeah,
I don't know what. I was like, damn it.
Yeah, I was bummed that I missed out on that one, because we actually did see that one in the theater. But
that is pretty cool. Yeah,
but
and then they had the Ghost Trap.
The Dune one was the first one that really got like a lot of viral attention, really got memed on quite a bit.
Sexual innuendo was
and the Deadpool Wolverine ones too, yeah.
And so that really did kind of bring the profile of the buckets up. A lot of people didn't know those were a thing until the Dune popcorn bucket. So
the Deadpool Wolverine one, as Tom said, was phenomenal. And I was so pissed because I went to get the Wolverine one. I'm like, I'm entitled, just like Riri Williams is entitled to a pile of vibranium. I've been buying Wolverine. I think I own every issue of Wolverine. Damn it. And I'm owed a popcorn bucket. I go to the movie theater, first showing, special early showing. They're giving out like little I got the keychain right here, Deadpool and Wolverine right in front of me, that they gave out on the movie theater. Sorry, all the popcorn buckets are sold out. What do you mean, motherfucker? The popcorn buckets are sold out. People came in yesterday and bought them all. I'm like, but I'm going to the first showing. Like, you should have to save like $400 for the people that are at the special IMAX preview. Come on. And she's like, well, there's one back there, it's broken. I might be able to give it to you. I'm like, and they had the Headpool ones. I probably should have bought that, but I was so pissed that I didn't. I
had an opportunity to buy one of these Dune buckets. And it was just, at the time, it was like, I do not have the cash to throw away on something.
How much was it going for? Was it ridiculous?
I mean, they were 47, I think. Yeah. 40. They were like at $50. So I was just like, right now I don't have the money. I'm lucky to be able to buy a ticket to a movie right at this particular moment. Not gonna spend that much on the bucket, but yeah,
I would not buy used ones as delivery.
No, do not buy these used. No.
What was
secondhand?
Was doing was multi-purpose. Yeah. What was I guess this one took off, was but on the aftermarket or the eBay must have been like going for quite a bit of money, because it kind of took took everyone by
yeah,
storm.
it was pretty viral for a while. People were talking about it quite a bit.
Yeah, there's no bad publicity yet.
Yeah, the Deadpool and Wolverine one, the Wolverine one with the open mouth catching the popcorn was pretty great.
That was a fun one. Yeah, and I guess they're gonna do a thing one. I love this Superman one. That's wild. That with the popcorn maker there. That's kind of cool. And the thing is, different theaters will have different ones too.
See, that's not the one I've seen.
But this must be massive, right? I mean,
or Superman's very tiny.
Oh no, the Superman thing? No, it's not that big. Look at the size of the kernels.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, it just makes it. Yeah, it's just the photo makes it look.
Yeah, photo makes.
Supposed to be like a popcorn machine, I guess.
I think that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to look like a popcorn machine itself.
The Mission Impossible one was ridiculous. I'm like, what do I want this mission? This like doesn't show anything in the movie. There was another one that was like glasses or goggle or spy glasses. I'm like, nope. I guess the Minecraft ones are pretty popular.
The AMC one, that's the one I've seen for Superman. The AMC one is a Daily Planet newspaper vending machine, like we used to have in the day, and that holds popcorn, but it has crypto all over it. Like everything seems to have crypto on it.
Well, yeah, crypto is
that's the whole
crypto. They're trying to bank money on crypto. Yeah, let's see. So Superman popcorn buckets. Let's see what they come up with. Yep. So images. Oh, here's every Superman.
There's the one that I was looking at. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at right there.
That's pretty cool. All right, that's all right.
That's simple, Probably, and that one probably won't cost $1 million either. That'll be, an extra $10 or something.
Yeah. Oh, I got an error on my 3D printer. What does it say? Oh, pulled. I might be out of filament. Let's see. Finish. Continue. Sorry. Don't fail me now thing. All right, so that we've got this drink there. You got crypto here. I guess that's that's the Daily Planet machine. That's pretty damn cool.
I actually do like that design. I think it's clever. Except I wish the newspaper that it showed there didn't just say crypto on it. I wish it had something to actually do with the movie. But
yeah, it should have Superman. How much is that going to go for? Bright red newspaper box. Let's see. How much is that? Popcorn bucket.
30 and 50. I'm not sure which is which.
Damn. So that
AMC collectible bucket.
I mean, the popcorn's usually like $20 to begin with, right? Yeah, phone booth would be better, but out of date. Yep.
Well, they kind of poach you with it because they end up charging you for the popcorn.
Not that you see too many of those newspaper vending things around anymore, but still, a little bit more.
Can you guys hear me? Or?
Oh yeah, I heard you, Tom. Yeah, so they put.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah. So they charge you for the popcorn. Now my theater will give you the popcorn in a separate popcorn bucket.
Yeah, that's what they'll do. If you buy the bucket,
there's been times where I've been like, I don't want the popcorn. Can I just buy the bucket? And they're like, well, they're going to charge you the same amount anyway,
unless you want it that way. I still have the last Ghostbusters movie. I got the one that looks like the ghost trap, the containment trap, and they just gave us just a regular bucket of popcorn alongside.
Yeah, Archie, I don't know if you could hear Tom. Tom was trying to talk. I don't know if you could hear Tom for some
I couldn't.
Maybe your internet is. Oh, you can't hear Tom?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what's going on here, but yeah.
Yeah, there's Tom.
There you go. Yep. So Tom was trying to say, you tried to ask Tom if you could get the.
Yeah, a couple times now at different theaters, I'm like, can I just get the bucket and not pay for the popcorn? Can you just charge me for the bucket? And they're like, no, because it comes as a package deal. I'm like, that's lame.
Yep.
But I mean, they probably do that to kind of stave off some of the poachers, but a lot of them now, I wonder if they'll even let you buy more than a few at a time. Because I remember when the Ghostbusters movie came out, there was a guy walking out with literally 6 of them in his hand. And I'm like, how are you letting that guy do that?
Yeah, that's why I was so pissed about the Wolverine one.
I think you can order some of them. They'll let you order them online. You can just buy them completely separate.
Now, but I've had a hard time getting my hands on the Jaws one because the only time it was online, but I think it's sold out online. So unless I find one in the wild, I'm screwed.
Yeah, it came back, and then I missed it again too. Like they had some in stock at AMC,
which is stupid because the movie doesn't even come out until next month. They're not re-releasing it until next month. Yeah,
it's like, why don't they just make hundreds of thousands of these and sell them? You know, because they're not making the money off the secondary market, right? So
no, obviously not, which is stupid because that's the whole thing is poachers come in and they buy these things and then they sell them online for $100, $200 or whatever. Yeah. And somebody who's desperate enough to pay for it that missed out on it, or their kid really wants that Stitch bucket.
Yeah. So let's see what let me see what the Dune popcorn bucket is going for.
That's probably the one that's worth probably the most.
The most, right? Yeah, Dune popcorn bucket. Let's see. $123, $70, $159, 75. Well, that's not the 95, 100. Yep, 110. So a pretty ridiculous amount of money for 300.
Yeah.
So and I wonder what's let's see, Fantastic Four popcorn bucket. Let's see if any of these been out of the wild yet, or probably not. Let's see. Oh, we have 189 sale ready. Pre-sale.
Yeah,
someone got their hands on them. 100, and this is supposed to be $80 in the theater. Regal popcorn bucket. I'm owed anything that has a thing on it too. Like it's just that's pretty cool with Pedro rep and his armor on the bucket there. Yep. And Herbie. Yep.
Yeah, the Herbie is a multi. It has a popcorn container and a drink container.
That is pretty cool.
In it. Yeah.
Let's see. Jaws. Oh, $50. Oh, located in China. 172. And my brother-in-law wasn't feeling good tonight because I was going to have him on the show to talk about the Jaws. He said he might come on. I can almost convince him, I think, to talk about.
And I guess they're
Jaws.
taking that thing on tour with the orchestra thing.
Yeah.
A few different places. So.
Yeah. So guess who watched the movie with my brother-in-law in the booth with him? Richard Dreyfuss was in the.
He's like, Ricky was there. Yep.
Yeah. He's like, do you mind if I come in and hang out here? It's like, no, go right ahead. Yep.
I love.
He was
Ricky.
working. Yeah.
His whole story of how he got in that movie is great too, because Steven wanted him, and he's like, "Let me read the script." I read the script, and I'm like, "This is going to be a wonderful movie, a great movie, but it's going to be a bitch to shoot. Thanks, but no thanks, Steven." So he told him no, and then he went and he went to the premiere of the Apprenticeship of Duty Kravitz, and he got mortified by himself on screen. So he called up Steven in a panic. He's like, "You still got that part for me?" And he wished he never done it, he said. Because it was a nightmare to shoot, he said. Yeah,
I'm sure it was hell to shoot, right? Yeah, not we weren't getting pampered like Hollywood stars probably get pampered today, I'm sure too, on the water like that. Being on the water can be brutal. Yeah. So but yeah, like Tom, you're entitled to this popcorn bucket like Riri Williams is entitled to all the vibranium.
I should be.
$1 billion. You should get this. I mean,
I should get it before it goes up in price, and or just wait till it goes back down in price, I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
That one in China has me worried.
Yeah,
that might be that's probably somebody who worked at the place that made it. I was going to say it's probably somebody who worked at the place that made them, and so it makes me wonder how shoddy they're going to be.
Well, unlike the Dune popcorn bucket, at the very least, if you pick this one up secondhand, you don't have to worry about someone having stuck their junk in it.
True, but that's yeah.
Free shipping? Is it free? I guess, yeah. But it's just these popcorn buckets are a lot of fun. The first one I got was Rogue One that I remember seeing these really cool popcorn buckets. We went to see the IMAX version, and there were these metal tins of Rogue One, and I think I ended up buying the whole set.
Yeah, they kind of started with the tins. I remember getting the tins back in the day. Like I had a couple of them.
Those go back a ways. Yeah, I remember them having some 10s. Some film premieres back in the 90s.
Yeah, these are the ones I have something like this. I think I ended up buying
or the plastic buckets too. Yeah, I remember those.
The plastic special printed ones. Yeah, those two.
But this is the one that I kind of remember like seeing in modern times that, like, oh, what are they doing selling these popcorn buckets? Yeah.
I still have stuff from Godzilla and Episode 1 and even Superman Returns and shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did get some stuff. Yeah, maybe it just wasn't on my radar. But
I mean, it's always kind of been a part of it, but it's never been this popcorn bucket thing. Like
took off.
It really did, because I'm trying to remember. I think we paid a little extra for the tins back in the day, but I don't know if it was much more than like a $10 premium, maybe.
Yeah, it wasn't much.
But like when these popcorn bucket things, like the first one I remember buying was the Ghostbuster one. But yeah, between the Dune bucket and Deadpool, I think is where they really fucking took off. But that's probably going to be the peak, with a few, spikes here and there, like the Jaws one has really took off.
Yeah.
That Darth Vader one I think did really well. They had one that was like a Darth Vader bust.
Yes, that one did really
well. I have the stupid Batman one, even though I hated the movie. The popcorn bucket wasn't that bad. It was just the mask, but yeah.
What about the Bat Signal one?
That one I got too. Yeah, that one's a pretty badass one. I got that one right here.
That looks awesome. Yep. Oh, that's only $50 right now. Oh, someone's got it for that. Looks like
and I got like the Beetlejuice gravestone, which I thought was kind of cool, and some of those, and of course I got the Nosferatu.
Oh yes, the coffin.
That's actually made out of.
Oh, that's
tin.
awesome! Yep.
And then you open it up, and inside are all the rats.
The rats for your popcorn. Yep.
And then the bottom it says Nosferatu. Of course, I got the Stitch one. I think this one's pretty popular because I think this one's sold out of a lot of places.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
How would you rate the Bat Signal one? Pretty good. Or?
It's pretty good, especially if you got because it's almost like the right size for my Bat Tom, so I can like turn it on and put him right next to it.
Yeah.
And it does actually throw the signal if you're dark enough. But it just opens up like this. I mean, to me, the popcorn functionality is, second or third. I mean, I guess you could put your weed in there. I mean,
I'm never gonna put popcorn in there, man.
You can put your weed in there, man. But of course, I got the good old Dune one here too.
Yeah.
And I got the Wolverine one up there. I got the Slimer one back there. Andy Masterson sent me the Slimer with a Ghostbuster cup.
Nice.
I don't think you can see the cup, but you can kind of see Slimer's head on the other side of the Beetlejuice grave, and his thing lights up in the arrow. That one's kind of cool. Even though I didn't like Beetlejuice, it's the grave from the original, so whatever. And I got the Slimer where he's holding the Cinemark bucket. And I got a few upstairs somewhere too, but like the Ghostbuster one and shit. I didn't get the trap. I was kind of pissed I didn't get the trap.
I got the trap. Trap is really good.
Yeah, that was a nice.
See, that's not so bad for a price there, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the nice thing about that one is too is you can detach the bucket, and so you just have the trap.
Right. Well, I do have a toy. I have the what is it?
Yep.
The
toy.
Well, the toy one. Well, not a toy, but the one that for it's not that old. It makes sounds and it actually opens up and lights up and everything.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
it looks like a real thing, but it's not real. It's plastic.
Yeah.
Spirit Halloween, not Spirit Halloween, but whatever it was, Trick or Treat Studios or whatever.
Yeah, this is not bad. $40. I mean, I get much more than you bought it. The shipping you got to watch out for. But here's the the top part. I just leave. I never going to put popcorn in it, but I have the top part that you can pull out separately. I have them above my fridge.
That's what he was saying. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And then
but it does light up. Then the light up function is actually pretty solid on that one.
It's probably the same exact basic thing that I have for the thing. It just has the popcorn bucket thing.
Yeah.
They fit into it. Yeah. Does it make noises at all?
No.
Oh yeah. See, mine actually makes noises. So, wow, that Ecto one's going for cheap. But see, a lot of those turned out like shit. I got fortunate that mine was one of the ones that didn't look so bad, but there was some that came out looking really bad. Yeah, the mud stuff they put. Like, look at the two variations there and how different they are.
Before,
see, because a lot of people are like fixing them up and stuff because some of them looked really bad. Like that one was one that turned out really bad. Look at how bad a job they did.
That's horrible. Yeah. So they customized it. Yeah.
See, mine actually looks like the sand and shit that's built up on it in the movie. Like it looks like there. See.
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to look like. like kind of like rust or not sand, but rust.
But it was clearly just brushed on there by somebody being paid 4 cents an hour. So,
yeah, look at that garbage. That
looks terrible.
Somebody's first and hopefully last day on the job, but yeah.
So what did they say?
But they did a good job cleaning it up, it looks like.
Yeah, so I took most of the nail polish remover. Yep. Yeah, so the lights are tested and working. Original batteries. Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't make a sound, but it does light up.
Yeah, no, it is. I have that one in my family room too. I got that in the trap. Yep. So yeah, those are both good. Yeah. So let's see.
Well, in some cases, I mean, the popcorn buckets are better than the movies at this point.
Right? Oh yeah, trust me, I'm getting a lot more enjoyment out of my popcorn bucket from the Frozen Empire movie than I did the film.
I didn't hate Frozen Empire.
I didn't hate it either, but it wasn't that great.
Or wait, Frozen Empire. What am I thinking of?
Frozen Empire was the most recent one with the teenager ghosts and Kumail.
I was thinking of the new Empire with Godzilla and Kong.
Oh no! God.
Yeah.
Never mind. Totally something different. What the fuck is the Frozen Empire?
That was the newest Ghostbusters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I had a major brain fart.
But
I'm like a joint in here, so don't mind me.
Oh, Wolverine, $50 for the Wolverine.
Yeah,
one.
I got that one. I got that one with the head spinner too. I wanted the one with just the regular Wolverine mask though. I didn't know they did a baby Deadpool, a baby pool. That's the one I wanted. Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah, 44.
And I wanted the regular Deadpool one too, the bust.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was fun to have, but I was like, whatever. I got that.
One I had a
skull
chance
one.
to buy, but I didn't buy it. I'm like,
I got that one.
Yeah.
The baby pool one's kind of cool. The spinner actually spins on the top of the
Deadpool,
head pool.
right?
Head pool,
Yeah. So I guess it comes with it comes with a bucket too. It just the head comes with a bucket, I guess, underneath.
Yeah, it's a bucket under, just one of those old tin buckets, just like the Dune one.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
I was so pissed that it's sold out. I'm like, come on. God damn you. What the hell?
Well, maybe we'll make a trade someday. Maybe you got something I want. And
Yeah.
Well, remember we used to do that shit when we were kids. You want to trade?
Yeah, trade. You want to trade? Yep.
I'll trade you my C-3PO for your Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Man, C-3PO ain't worth no
Good
Darth
night,
Vader.
PZ. I have to saw logs.
Fine. I'll throw in an Ewok.
Well, this is what I want to show everyone now. If you have access to a 3D printer, guess what, fellas? Let's see if I put.
Yeah, I wonder how far you can go with this stuff because I've noticed some of the things you've been making. Yeah.
MFer. I'm going to print the MFer, and I can buy.
How much will it cost you though, altogether?
It'll probably cost me. Well, you can get this for 20% off. So this will cost like $20 for the file. And then the filament, I'm guessing, would be like $10.
So it's still pretty close to what you would have to pay to just buy the. No, because they're like $70, ain't it?
Yeah,
I was gonna say it's like $80. Never mind. Yeah,
$80. So I'm guessing
so about half.
Yeah, there's still going to be some work because you'll have to paint it and everything like that.
Yeah, you got the painting and all that business. So
if you want it to light up, you'll have to build that in too.
But the only thing is the paint job on this Galactus one sucks.
Still, nobody ever going to say anything about Galactus looking like Trump. I'm gonna eat the Earth. You promised me the baby. Where's the baby?
It's gonna be huge.
It's gonna be huge. I'm huge. Look at how big I am. So massive.
But look at the paint job. How bad the paint job is on this.
I got a silver secretary. She's a great surfer. Not a great typer, but a great surfer.
Do not use carbon fiber to print it out. Yeah, no. Carbon fiber.
Yeah, that paint job there. Like, how are you going to do the foil paint? Is there like a paint that does that, or?
Well, I could do some,
what do you call that?
Glossy
kind of stuff. I guess.
Yeah, you just do a gloss coat.
Do they have metallic, like a?
Yeah, you buy metallic paint.
Metallic. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Or you buy it. I have magenta. I have all kinds of paints, but like the face here, there's no shading on the face, and the lips are the same. There's no paint job. This is like a zero paint job, so it's not good. I mean, it just someone who likes to paint things and make things, yeah, I'm just gonna print this sucker. I think instead of spending $80 on it. If it was $40, I would just buy it. But I could put LEDs in too, pretty damn easily. So I was really disappointed by the paint there. So yeah, because you even this paint job here, you're supposed to have the lips should be a different color, some shading in the face. And they have two versions. They have the helmet version. You can actually buy it as a helmet, or the popcorn bucket version. So I don't know. I might just buy the helmet version because I'm never going to put freaking popcorn in it anyway, right? So you put it on the shelf. So and then the other one so what I'm printing right now, I'm as my printer is stalled here, but this is Ben Grimm. So I'll show you the Ben Grimm face mask that I'm doing. But these guys have some great 3D models here. So I'm doing this model right now. So I'm doing so you can change the what goes in the face here too. You could have a movable face, I guess, if you're doing cosplay. I'm gonna print the one with the cigar, right? Because that's classic Ben. But yeah, I guess they're gonna maybe have a popcorn bucket for this one too. I don't know. I've seen some ones that they're doing. Yeah. Oh, does it just mean does that bucket look like John Cena? Well, we can't see it; he's unseen. But this looks pretty damn good if you do a nice paint job on it. So that's what I'm printing right now. And the other thing that they have is let's see popcorn. Look, I can print this. I can print the Wolverine popcorn bucket, and that's an easy paint job too on this one. I guess the only thing is you need the container. I don't know if it prints the container, but they could do it with a twist top. And this one's free right now. So let me put this in the chat. If you guys want, and if you have a 3D printer out there, there's some free prints right now. You could print this Wolverine. Well, they don't call it Wolverine, obviously, for probably copyright reasons, I guess. I don't know. They say Wolverine here. But here's the link. And yeah, you can grab this and print this on your 3D so 3D printer. So there's a twist top version. It can be used as a snack case, display piece, or garbage bin. So I'm gonna try printing this. Yeah, so that looks like a pretty good one. Yeah, and they have the Dune one too. So let's see if I get so they have all these. They have Cyclops, all these heroes, Batman. Takeoffs on this, Spider-Man, and there's the Wolverine one. Yeah, they've got the Dune one for free. So if you want here's
interesting.
And you could print there's a special filament that's TPU, which is flexible. So I could just print this part in flexible TPU, and I guess you're printing the container there, but I'm sure you could just print the Dune logo and put it on. But it's free. So here's the free version. I'm going to give that a shot and try to print this one, and then just paint it, or you print it in the filament. So that's not a very complicated piece, and they're giving it away for free.
No, that's just a couple of colors.
Right?
Doesn't even require a paint job.
So and I guess you could print the container there too. So that might be safer than buying a used one, right? So yeah, so check
more hygienic, certainly.
More hygienic, yeah. So yeah, they do have a lot of stuff, and they do have the new Herbie, so you can buy Herbie.
Oh God, they've got that new helmet for Riri too.
Oh yeah, they do have the new Riri helmet. Yeah. Oh, should I print that one?
So much ass.
It's on sale. Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Oh, Oliver says, yeah, Final Reckoning made 572, and F1 made 293. Yeah, so we've got some good box office this week. But yeah, so there's some cool stuff you can print with your 3D printer. But I do love those popcorn buckets. They're freaking awesome. But yeah, for $80 for who out there in the chat is going to buy Galactus for $80. Anyone? Bueller?
Too rich for my blood.
Would you buy that for $80, Tom?
Nope.
Nope. Not gonna do it. Right?
Not gonna do it.
I mean, if you were filthy rich, right? If you're Riri Williams rich, had billions of dollars.
Nah. Maybe 5 to sell them, but that'd be it.
Yeah. So, but well, why don't we do some foodery here for a couple minutes before we get on out of here? So, Zaps. So this is Steve Mitchum, I think, is had to take an early leave. But this is from New Orleans way. So and I don't know if Claude's still out there in the chat. But here we are. Jonathan says no. Then Jay Price says no. Yeah, no. It's just too much money, right? And you're not gonna get the secondary market too for an $80 popcorn bucket. Like that Dune thing was once in a. You can't predict what's gonna go viral, but. The Dune one wasn't that expensive, and it sold like crazy. But yeah, for $80, yeah. Oh, they quit selling Evil Eye in my area a year ago. I love those. Yeah, so
I've never had Evil Eye.
Oh, it's good. Oh, good kettle chip.
What's the flavor of Evil Eye? I haven't had that.
Well, this
variety.
Is it's just kettle style. So this was just a normal flavor. Let me call up their website. And I was in a rest stop in New Jersey driving down.
Oh, I was gonna say I absolutely anytime I'm down in an area where I can get Zaps, I pick up multiple bags of the Cajun dill gator taters. Zaps.
You like that one?
Oh, they're fantastic. The sort of their standard flavors voodoo, which I enjoy. But no, the Cajun dill ones are my favorite by far.
So this one was a combination of tangy, sweet, and slightly spicy with a tomato forward taste and slow building heat. Yeah, so there wasn't good heat.
All right.
It was wonderful. It kept me awake when I was driving.
It's kind of a tomatoey flavor. Yeah,
it was
give
good.
That a shot. I really do love Zaps. Yeah. As I've said before, I've got family in Louisiana, so I've had quite a few delicacies from that area. Yeah.
So it was good. My kid's like, "Why are you taking a picture?" I'm like, "It's for the foodery. Be quiet." Right. So yeah. Oh, you had posted the Superman figures in the. I got the same one. Okay.
Yeah, that was the same one you went to.
Same one. Yep. Thank you. Yep. So let's see here. So yeah. So this is let me. I always got to put up. Clobbering Times did this for us. So Sunday night eatery. So thank you to. I did the wrong one. There we go. That's the eatery. So thank you to Clobbering Times and of course Gwagnar for this great Marc's eatery. So thank you, Gwagnar. So yeah, so we went to my sister's got a house in Ventnor, Atlantic City. So and they just fixed the place up. So it's a great place to visit. My wife was holding out on me. She had bought some fancy Swiss chocolate, and she'd hidden it successfully in a place where I couldn't get it. Usually I sniff this stuff out. That's my superpower. Avoid getting thin. Oh, the hazelnut. Oh, we left some of these at my sister's. So the hazelnut one, that's a damn good one. Damn. That was a Vietnamese restaurant my mom loves, so they went there for lunch in Atlantic City. Took grandma out for lunch. Yep. So it's basically you just you read, you go to the beach, you read, you eat, you go to the beach. That was our takeout for the first night. There's a huge family there. Everyone's there, so everyone ordered from this really great Italian restaurant down there. We got pizza and all kinds of pastas and salads, and damn, it was good. Yep. So voodoo, variant of all dressed out chip. Evil Eye. Some people say it tastes like tomato. It was a very subtle flavor. It was damn good. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, voodoo's kind of like the Cajun take on the all dressed. Yeah, those are good.
Yep. Ovaltine. Yep, that's the Swiss candy bar there. Yep. Ovaltine. Yep. I ate that. I had that sucker next to me, and I had to stay awake watching Riri Williams. So I kept, you know how you take like a square off and you're like, well, just one more square, you know, and you're like one more square, and then you're like one more square. The bar didn't last as long as you got to keep that bar in the other place, yep, and away from you, yep. So this was like a grandma pie at this restaurant. What was the name of the? Trying to think of what was the name of the restaurant, but yeah, just it's one of the most popular like takeout places down there. And we weren't cooking that night. Plus, when you're like 15 people, it's like we'd like a reservation for 15. You know, it's like it's.
Thanks for calling ahead. That's what they tell you.
Yeah, thanks for calling ahead.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, good luck with that one. So yeah, so let's see if I can find the name of the restaurant as we go through these pictures. But yeah, just classic Italian place. Yep, those are rice balls. Yep. Oh, Carlucci's. There it is. Yep. Let me see if I can get their website up. Yep. Just I always like putting the, you know, if you ever go down to AC, I don't know, you know, wherever you're from, but yeah, it's a fun place to visit. So let's see, Carluccio's coal-fired pizza. Always love. So these rice balls were. There we go. Northfield. Here it is. Yep. Here's the. It might be a chain. I think. Yep. I don't know if it's in the site. Oh, come on. Let me put this in the chat here. So check them out if you're ever in the area. I know Nick would like them. Yep. Yeah, just some salad there. That's too healthy. Yeah, get that salad out of here. And there's you know, shrimp and sausage and pasta. That's a pesto gnocchi. That's what I got with sausage. That was really good actually. Should have put it in the microwave. It got a little cold. Yep.
Ooh,
and of course,
pesto.
Yeah, it was a good pesto sauce, but I should have nuked it like 30 seconds. It was a little cold there. Don't blame the driver. That was a long drive. Yep. So, of course, my son's like, "Do you have a cozy?" And guess what cozy Dad has, right? in my bag that I carry around. I know Professor R2 likes that one.
Nice.
That's a Chewbacca cozy, right? Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
And then we love the seafood down there. So my brother-in-law, we went to Restaurant Depot and they went crazy. It's like in one box, they got 2 boxes, you know, but there's like 30 or 40 people coming over for dinner. And then he bought 2-pound lobsters were on sale at ShopRite. So we got 20 2-pound lobsters.
Jeez.
Oh,
you're killing me. You're killing me.
Yeah, so there's their sea bugs. That's for you, Clobbering Times. I know you're. So and you just had them steamed. You know, it's important safety tip. They'll cook the lobster for you ahead of time.
Yeah.
So just get them steamed. I mean, you can cook them at home, but with doing 22 pounders, even with my big lobster pot, that would take a while. So we had lobster, we had clams. So could be a good foodery for you because you might not get hungry with this one if you don't like seafood.
See, here's the problem. I love seafood, and no one else in my house will eat it.
Oh no!
Yeah. So my only opportunity is either I cook it when no one else is going to eat with me, or I have to have it when I'm out. Like that's it.
That's it. Yep. And one of the family members, like the smell of seafood makes him sick. So we ate outside. So she had to like sit like away from us.
Yeah, that's my wife. Like I can't. Like
wife, she gets sick,
about the only thing I can make in the house, like while she's here, is some fried catfish. That doesn't bother her too much.
That doesn't bother her too much.
Anything else, like if she smells the stuff, she hates it. Yeah, that and salmon. I can do salmon. She doesn't mind.
You can do salmon. Okay, yeah. A lot of people, like my mother-in-law, can't stand salmon, but a lot of people tolerate salmon. Like it's like non-seafood people will eat salmon, but my mother-in-law breaks that mold. She doesn't like salmon. And hail to Marvel Star Wars fanatics. How's it going? Going good. Having fun tonight. All right, seafood for my birthday. Yeah, I'm always seeing food and eating it too. But Yeah, so there's the snow crab. So it's already cooked. You just got to warm it up in the oven, or you can serve it cold if you want. And of course, our favorite here, clams. You always got to have clams. And my sister's like uber organized. She's like the organizational king. So she's got like a seafood section in her drawer for like all the implements of seafood destruction. With all the crackers and you got to have these little forks to get into everything. So there's some of the poor lobsters. Yep, it was a sacrifice they had to make for us, but all cooked there. And there was a nice sight with all those lobsters just in the tray, ready to go. It's like that's heaven if you love seafood. Yep. Oh, I tried oysters for the first time on Saturday. Not bad. Did you have them cooked or were they raw oysters? I know some people love, like oysters Rockefeller, but the raw ones kind of scare people.
I can't do raw.
Can't do raw. Okay.
No, I don't mind oysters. Don't mind them cooked. No, can't do them raw.
I love them both. I go both ways on the oysters. Yeah.
It's just like eating snot. I can't do this raw.
And we had some little steaks for the people that can't tolerate the seafood. Yep. So there's our clams and this is one of the best meals I've had in a while.
Oh, it looks so fantastic. I'm so jealous.
So good. And the crazy thing, all right, guys, I'm insane about food. So under in the lobster body or the head or whatever you want to call it, there's about 25% of the lobster meat, especially in a big lobster like this. So most people only eat the tails and the claws, but there's huge pieces of meat in here. Mm-hmm. You don't have to eat the green stuff, but if some people like the green stuff for the roe or whatever. If you go underneath the legs, there's a huge amount of meat.
Yep.
Especially in the big lobsters. So there's me with the Lobby the lobster.
Yeah.
And if you look at my shirt, what does my shirt look like?
Yeah, nice.
So my wife got me that.
Yeah.
So one of the family, my brother-in-law's family, she's like, "Why do you have a shirt filled with thongs?"
Thongs.
She's like, "I'm not wearing my glasses." Hey, Max Redstone. She's like, "Your shirt is all thongs." I'm like, "What? They're stormtroopers." Like, I guess from a distance. She's like, "Yeah, but look at the helmets. It looks like there are thongs there." So it was like the running joke all weekend. Yep. Yeah, I heard if you eat raw, well, not always. That's why they trace the oysters, and there's a sticker on them, and you know where they're from. Not always. So you just want to make sure that you keep everything refrigerated, or if the shell doesn't open, then don't eat the clam.
Yeah. If the shell doesn't open when you cook,
Yeah. So this is all the lobster. There's a ridiculously huge amount of people. So I had like 3 or 4 of the lobster bodies probably, plus I couldn't even finish this. Like I had 1 lobster, couldn't finish the second one because they're so big. But it was awesome. Yep. I was under the impression that oyster was healthy until you ate it. Yep. Where are the mods? Mods are everywhere. Yep. Everything I think of seafood, I think of End of Castaway where they offer Tom Hanks seafood, and he's really like, "Yeah, I've been on the desert island for forever." Yeah.
That is good. Yeah.
Oh, the other joke, I think I've told the story before. My buddy Chris had never had lobster before. So we're at like a camp out and we're having lobster. And we're like, "See, Chris, give us the tail and the claws. And this is the best part of the lobster right here, the body." And you crack it open, you eat the green stuff. He's like, "Fuck you, man. Give me some hot dogs." Yeah. So, just like anything else, you got to just watch where you get your food. It's got to be, That's why they trace the seafood. Yep. All right. So if you don't like seafood, here's the dessert. So this was lemon meringue pie, blueberry pie, which I hate blueberries, so that wasn't in danger. And then a peanut butter and chocolate pie. All right.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. That was good stuff. Yep. That the pie. Everyone wanted the peanut butter pie. That went fast. Yep. The lemon meringue pie was pretty good too. That was. I'm not a huge lemon fan, but that was.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See, I grew up on my aunt's lemon meringue pie, so I was a bit spoiled. She would make it to my uncle's specifications, which was that the lemon needs to be mouth-puckeringly sour. I mean, just like brutally sour lemon. And then, of course, you get the meringue on top that has all the sweetness. And so, you get
that
two
contrast.
Together. Oh, yeah. It's fantastic.
Yeah. And this was actually a olive oil cake with I think it was lemon olive oil. It was really, it sounds crazy.
No, I've had an olive oil cake before.
But it was good. It was
good.
It's
delicious. It's very moist.
Very moist. You hear it, you're like, olive oil cake. What?
Yeah.
Where's olive oil? Where's Popeye?
That was another of my aunt's favorites. She made a mayonnaise cake.
Mayonnaise?
Yes. Is it mayonnaise chocolate cake, and it's extremely moist. It's really good. It's hilarious because she had a friend that hated mayonnaise, couldn't stand it. Thought it was disgusting. Made her this cake. She ate like 2 pieces of it. She's like, "Oh, what is this? Oh, it's mayonnaise cake."
Oh my god, I've never heard of that before. I'm gonna look up a recipe for that.
Chocolate mayonnaise cake.
Yeah. So and this is whipped cream, and like my mom doesn't like icing, so and it's her birthday. We're celebrating her birthday that weekend too, so she doesn't like sweet icing. Yep. And then this is one of the better meals I had. So this was the day after the leftover lobster. I made lobster roll. It took me like a half hour to get all the meat out of the damn lobster. So I made myself some lobster. And all you need, a lot of people, they'll just do drawn butter on the lobster. I like it with a mayonnaise, but you want to put a little bit of vinegar to break up your mayonnaise, because if you just do straight up mayo, it's just too thick. You gotta get a good there. Yeah, Caleb. Yeah, the olive oil cake was damn good. Yeah. So it's I'm assuming it's an Italian cake. I'm guessing that'd be the origin of the olive oil cake. But it was really good. Yeah. It just makes it very moist. Yeah. All right, so now cue the jokes. I put this in our chat. So this is like 10 pounds or plus of hamburger meat. I should have gotten a picture of the label. We had some fun with the one with that one. Yep. Yeah, crab cake. Yeah, really good crab cake sandwich. Yeah. Crab cake is awesome stuff. Yep. So this is some Restaurant Depot where it's industrial grade, but it's like never seen the meat packaged that way, but with some damn good hamburger meat there. Yep. So that was we cooked that up on my brother-in-law's grill, and we made pulled pork on the grill. My brother-in-law jerry rigged some smoke flavor on there, because we didn't have a smoker, and he wrapped that up, and it came out pretty darn good. Yeah, the pulled pork was really good. So there was a lot of food left over. Yeah, Eric K's was drooling over those meats. Yep. So that was damn good stuff. Thank you. Yep. So did I get a picture of I don't think I got a picture of it all chopped up, but yeah. There we go. Some great pulled pork. Yep. I'm cooking that this weekend. We're going to a party this weekend, so I'm cooking some. Pork's a great way to feed a lot of people.
Oh yeah, that's a real easy way to take care of a big crew
and not break the bank either, right?
No, yeah. It's I almost did a brisket for the 4th.
Almost.
But then I looked at the brisket and I said $96. Maybe I'm not going to make brisket. Maybe I'll do something else.
She did pulled pork.
Actually, we just went back to burgers and hot dogs.
Went to burgers and hot dogs. Yeah. Yeah, the top was little, but it's a crust on there with the rub, so it does look burnt, but it's really only like a little tiny bit of that. And we're working off a gas grill, so we kind of cranked it in. It wasn't, it was like let's try to cook this. So it wasn't. Once you took that crust off, it wasn't wasn't that bad. So yeah, there was some good. As you can see there was some good eats in there. And then famous place in Atlantic City area is the White House sub shop. Let me find their website. And this is actually Geno's. Let me find this. So White House sub shop. The White House, I think, is the most famous one in Atlantic City. And they ship nationwide. Yeah, so Nick Weiser should be here for this one. Yeah. Man, not good to get hungry like this at 2:30 in the morning. Yeah, this is Sunday Night Geekery has been known to do this to people. So Sunday Night Foodery. Yep. So here's the White House. Donald Trump has probably been here, I'm guessing. Yep. Well, they located inside the Hard Rock Casino. Yeah, there's a original location. So I've been there. So true Jersey sub. Yeah, Mike's subs, right? So just the bread is amazing. Yeah, just everything's amazing there.
Oh yeah, the bread makes all the difference, man.
Yeah. Do they have order now? Let's see the menus. Yep. So the Italian subs here, White House special, just glorious subs that are on here. Yep. So delivered by Gold Belly. Yep. So then the other one is the Geno's subs. This is the one where we got our sandwich. It's a little bit. I guess it's Geno's Pizza. I guess. Yep. Geno's Atlantic City. Yep. Is that it? No, that's not it. Or is it Dino's? Is it Dino's or Dino's? Yeah. Maybe it's Dino's. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, what do I know? Yep. So Dino's of Margate. Here it is. Yep. Let's give him credit. So here's Dino's of Margate. Yep. So if you're ever down that neck of the woods, yep. So here's their menu there. Yep. Their tuna subs. Sometimes people don't like. I'm not like a huge tuna fish fan, but man, their tuna fish subs are just awesome. Yeah. They have a wait list. Yes, they do. Yep. It's a trap. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna. Tom's got to get going. So yeah, we're just gonna finish up this foodery here and make everyone sufficiently hungry. There's the cheesesteak here. Yep. There's so great. Some great, and they give you these subs are freaking massive too. Like that's their sub. That's the cheesesteak. So that's the large, right? But it's really could feed four people or one teenager. Yeah, there's the Italian, the classic sub with you put the hot sauce on there, and you got look at all the meat on there. Yep, it's just loaded. Now I'm getting super hungry. I had a good dinner tonight, but I just love it when the sandwich is just loaded with lots of meats. Yep. Lots of meats here. So I think we only got a couple. Oh, that was our pasta tonight. Yeah, we just had that was dinner tonight. But I wanted to show Mom. There's my mom. So happy birthday, Mom. She's 29. So that was her cake night. We couldn't load the candles because did we already get into the mess of his Ironheart? Yeah, rewind after we stop here. We give you about an hour of Iron Tart. How bad it was. Yep. So that was Mom's. So happy birthday to Mom. I wouldn't be the same without you, obviously. Yep. So I did want to show one other quick thing. We're joking because we're out. We're out. We're on the beach. In the beach having dinner. And this big yacht is out there. So they put this up. So we looked this up with the power of Google. So if anyone wants to chip in with me here, Tom, R2, we can rent this boat for $200,000 for 1 week.
Sweet.
Anyone that wants to chip in, So, it's got the name on it. I think it's Ocean Club. It's a 164-foot boat. And we're all joking at night. We're having dinner at the beach. We cooked hamburgers and hot dogs tonight. And for Mom's birthday, we're like, let's all go in. We can get this boat for $200,000 for the week. So, if anyone wants to go in with us, yep. Oh, my mom's birthday was, now it's yesterday, the 6th. Yep. Oh, Star Wars Fanatic just had a birthday. Yep. So happy birthday, Marvel. Yep. Yes, Max, only $200,000.
Only a fucking house.
Yeah. And you know how much the boat costs? What do you think the price of the boat is? It's more expensive than Riri Williams' pile of vibranium. So, any guesses?
Oh, the total cost of the boat.
The quote, yeah. If you want to buy the boat, outright.
Oh, you're like they buy it outright.
Buy it outright. Yeah.
$1.5 million.
$20 million.
$20 million. Oh, it's much bigger than I thought. $20
million. Yep. So the $200,000 is sounding like a bargain, right?
That actually is kind of a bargain. I'm amazed they're actually able to make their money back on it with that.
Yeah.
Written it for that little.
Right. All right. Well, it's getting awfully late here. I just want to thank all the channel members. So let me pull up my list of channel members here, and also, of course, want to thank Dadman, who was here earlier. Thank you, Professor R2. Thank you, Tom, and of course, thank you, Tom, for sending the gang over here from your stream. Always appreciate that. Let's see here. Let me download all my members here. I want to get the list here, because whenever you try to read that list, it just doesn't work. So, but Tom, what you got coming up tomorrow? Anything you want to
morning show? That's for sure. Other than that, I don't know.
Yep, and
but it'll be that for sure.
The ever awesome Monday Night's Edge. Yep, I'm sure you'll be talking about the weekend
Jurassic World and all that business. Yeah.
How did it? I mean, we got to get out of here. But how did it? As I'm downloading this, how did that end up going? Okay, or box office?
Sorry.
Jurassic World. How did the Jurassic Park movie?
It's doing okay, but I wouldn't say it's doing as well as everybody's making it out to be. So we'll break it down tomorrow.
Yeah, you'll get it tomorrow. Yeah, you talk tomorrow. But yeah, it wasn't a disaster. It wasn't a Snow White disaster though. Yep. So yep. So let me thank our channel members here. Much appreciated. So no particular order. Wes Cagle, Karn the Befriender, Mr. Angel, Alexander Tan, DJ Play Nice, Classic Comics, Watcher X, Soupcan, Ledron, Wolvie of the One Quarter Jew, Lisa, Phantom Outsider, Philip Story, Dadman, The Mandalorian, Stark of Iron, Nick Weiser, Shooter the Emu, DJ Rana G, RobAltis, RTNZ, Max Redstone, Christian Delorme, 70s Rock Fan, Dave C, Annie Derivative Jill, JT Kirk, and Brian Hepburn. And also in the chat, we also want to thank Marvel Star Wars Fanatic, Mecha J, Parker Luck. Hey, Parker Luck. Great to see you. Max Redstone again, Oliver Belmonte, Caleb, Warlock. And let's roll back just 1 minute here. I think we've got everyone that's active in the chat. But yeah, great seeing some new people here tonight. And yeah, looking for. So Tom, I guess, are you planning on Tuesday night's Midnight's Edge Superman special, or?
Yes, that seems to be the plan. My show is at 7:00 Central. It's 2-hour plus movie. Maybe we'll start the show by 11 Central if we're lucky.
Oh,
Maybe
so you're
10.
going to, yeah, because I'm doing the 7:00 show Eastern.
So you'll be a little bit ahead of me.
So you think they'll show previews, or
I don't know.
On a show like that, we were stuck with I'm gonna go kind of early to that one, because I don't want to, usually I go like 15 minutes after the movie starts.
But yeah, there's going to be 25 minutes of previews before it, I bet.
Yeah, sometimes these fan events, I don't know. There might be something with the cast right before, but I don't know if they'll actually do previews. We'll have to see. Yeah,
that's what I'm wondering. Yeah, so I told my buddy that I always go to see all these movies with a like maybe we should go early to this one of the few ones you don't want to miss or get screwed over. Yep. So so I'll be looking forward to chatting Superman with you guys on Tuesday night, and R2 you'll be on with Price on your Tuesday and Thursday late night show, right? And anything else happening?
I'll probably be hanging out with, depending on how late we start.
Right?
How late we start on Tuesday. If it starts too late, then I'll just have to jump straight on with Price.
Yeah.
We'll have to be over there, but we might be over on Mead for a bit, depending on when we get started.
Are you going to see Super Duper Man on Tuesday?
Yep, I'll see Superman on Tuesday, same time as Tom. I'll be seeing it at 7 p.m. Central. So
yeah, I think that's just that's the earliest show, right? Because that's the Amazon thing.
That's the Amazon special showing. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're all 7. Yeah, they're all at 7 o'clock. Yep. And Marvel says, what do you think would be the best, Rebirth, Superman, or Fantastic Four? I'm thinking Superman is going to be the best, even though I'm a massive Fantastic Four fan. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Superman's going to do better. Yeah. I think it's probably going to be a better story and probably going to do much better in the theaters.
Yeah.
Basically, where the low end of the predictions for Superman are right now, it'll do in 3 days what took Jurassic World 5 to do. So, yeah.
Yeah. And everyone knows Superman, right? Superman is the original dude, right? The original superhero. So even the quote unquote normies, everyone knows Superman, Batman. So, and it's been a while since we've had, when was the last Superman movie well, I guess if you're counting the Snyder crap, but I'm thinking just solo Man of Steel. When the hell did Man of Steel come out?
2013, and then 2006 is when we had Superman Returns.
Yeah, so it's been a while. So fingers crossed. All right, well, everyone just run to the fridge and get some food now. Thanks to the foodery. Thank you again, Tom. Thank you, R2. Everyone have a fantastic week, and we hope Superman is good. We're looking forward to that. So everyone will catch you Tuesday. Yeah, I'll be on with Tom hopefully a Tuesday night, and talking about how good this movie was. Fingers crossed. So, all right, everyone, we'll catch you on the next Sunday Night Geekery and catch you during the week. And no Toxic Tuesday because of Super Duper Man. So, all right, everyone, have fun. Catch you soon. Later.
Fun storming the castle.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.